Good afternoon. Might have audio situations again. I had to reconfigure stuff. Got a new device in the mail yesterday, but didn't work when I plugged it in this morning, so then I had to plug everything else back in again. So, yet again, I'm messing with the audio. Hopefully it sounds alright. Well, okay, so on the topic of inserters and trains, Talkmore and I were talking last night a little bit, and he was doing some mathing, like you do. Here's a visual that he showed me. Oh, it's actually animated too. But, apparently, according to the math, it looks like, Pyanodon stack inserters will be superior to the crane mod at some point, but not yet. Out of the box, they work quite well. The Pyanodon stack inserters. The crane mod does, it moves up to 250 items per swing, but it can only ever do one stack. So if the item itself that it's moving has a stack size of 50, it will only move 50 at a time. It can't move more. But if it tries to move ash, it will move like 250 ash at a time. I think that some sort of solution is reasonable. You know, we've got chutes, we've got loaders. The discrepancy in loading and unloading speed between fluid stations and physical entity stations is very noticeable, and it's somewhat problematic, not just for doing a reasonably sized build for this mod, but also for performance. Like, UPS concerns are, for me, the bigger argument for why we should consider using things like loaders or cranes. Like, well, Talkmore can rattle off some of the actual math a little bit more cleanly probably, but the numbers that I remember that I like wrote down or kept in my mind, as soon as we get stack inserters just unlocked, Pyanodon stack inserters, apparently they can move 18.57 items a second, because they start off with a hand size of 13. So 18.57 is significantly higher per inserter, of course, and they're a 1x2 entity, so if there are two long-handed inserters here, each doing 1.2 a second, that's 2.4, and you could replace this with a single stack inserter, Pyanodon stack inserter, and that entity would move 18.57 per second. 18.57 divided by 2.4 means that they are about 8 times as good as double long-handeds. But that also leaves the question of, like, how close are we to stack inserters, actually? 2x stack loader. Stack loader can stack items on belts in layers. Alright, interesting. So the stack inserter is only third science pack. 330 logistics science pack, but there's quite a few other researches we still have to complete. We would need nichrome, coal processing 2, organic solvent, niobium, alloy smelting stage 2, the fast inserter, transport belt capacity is where we get the stack inserter. And then iron niobium alloy appears to be the only thing that is, like, specifically new. We would have to make in bulk. Closer than I thought. I was expecting it to be a lot further down the tree. 4th or 5th science pack, but... Okay, well, I'm not sure who has logged on yet, but my plan is to keep on working on Princess's build for the bricks, because that's the only thing slowing down Pack 1 build. Just need bricks. So fortunately I can still access the test world that we were using, even if they're not online. Since yesterday I compressed this thing down and try to make it more, you know, horizontal. And then it's just a matter of figuring out what he has done with this boilers plus clay muddy sludge situation. Well, this build makes 4 sand a second. Sorry, four belts of sand a second. I'm still waking up. I need more coffee. I might need to wait. Hopefully Princess gets back soon, because they remember more about what their build was supposed to do. I think that this thing was mirrored. Like, I think it's supposed to be like this, and then doubled back that way. But when we were first doing this test thing, they deleted half of it, but now there's definitely space for it, so... Worst case scenario, if they aren't able to play today, I'll just figure it all out from scratch, but... bricks from pure water is kind of silly. Where does the muddy sludge come from? Oh, right, muddy sludge is one of the products of this thing. So we end up with water turns into the sand and into the muddy sludge. Okay, and the muddy sludge gets fed into here, mixed with the clay. And how much does this make? It makes 30 K per second. Hold on, if this only makes, altogether, if this only makes 30, then why is this so long? Why is this needs to be twice as big? Confusing. That makes 840 steam a second. This wants 1,000. I'm not trying to be critical, but I'm getting the impression that maybe Princess is just sort of eyeballing some of these builds a little bit. There's a lot of math off. Not enough steam. Half as much clay. Alright, well, let's see if we can figure this out. So we're gonna take water. This thing can make 60 per second. With pass through. This makes exactly 3 clay per second. So far. Knowing that we have 60 sand a second and 600 muddy sludge a second, how many of these can it support? Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Yeah, I started using personal bots. Small amounts. I mean, I have 50 of the bots on me. Seems reasonable at this stage. If you're gonna use them. Still have to turn them on and off here and there, though. Alright, altogether, this whole thing makes now exactly 1 belt of clay, but I've got the double belt with splitters, so I could make it twice as long, which is fine, because it'll fit. Grab this whole thing, and we double it up. Now we've got 2 belts of clay, but we need like 66 belts, 66 items a second of it, so we just do another. If it's this whole thing, we need 2,000 steam a second. 2,000 steam a second divided by 60 means we need at least 33 machines. Dude, each electric boiler takes 26 megawatts? Excuse me? So if I wanted to actually have 34 of them, that's 10, 20, 30, 34. So to make this much brick is just a casual 900 megawatts of continuous power consumption. The great boss of bosses. I'm doing well. How are you? Good morning. I think we might need to strongly consider not using the boiler. The electric boiler. Really, there's another way to make steam. Like the standard way. Just use boilers. Right, to make that much steam is like what yeah, that math was just to make the steam. Just to make the steam to make the clay. That doesn't factor in the rest of the block at all yet. All these soil extractors also cost power. Ba-ba-bum. I need to not select the things on the edge. 50 megawatts. In fact, these don't need to be here because I've turned on electrified floor. There's a great setting. There's a setting everyone should know about if they're using the test world. You click right here, go to miscellaneous, turn on electrified floor. One giant electrical network, no need for power poles. Just makes it a lot easier to do testing stuff with rate calculator. Because rate calculator does get confused when things aren't powered. By having it on, it just ensures that you can box select a whole area and it will just always be correct, you know? We can use heat exchangers to make high temp steam into more low temp steam. Okay, this requires... It just requires steam. It doesn't specify temperature. This creates 300x steam at 250 degrees Celsius. So you're saying that there's an entity called a heat exchanger. We can use to turn 200 steam into 340 steam. That's the only recipe. Still, 340 steam is more steam. 340 divided by 200, 70% more steam. And these are only 500 kilowatts to run. The water is irrelevant, so that would reduce the power drain significantly, but even if we took 900 megawatts and divided it by like 1.7 by running all of it through heat exchangers, we're still talking about 500 megawatts of continuous power drain just to power the bricks. Not the bricks, the clay. But perhaps that's just the cost of having a large amount of Science Pack 1. I don't know, maybe we just need to start thinking about 500 megawatts as a reasonable expenditure. I'm drinking plain black coffee. This is my caffeine of choice right now. The boiler itself generates 250 degree steam as well. But it only makes 7.5 steam a second. So if we need... What? I think I said I need 2,000 steam. Yeah, 2,000 steam a second would require... Oh, just a casual 266 plain boilers. What item throughput is 500 megawatts of fuel? Well, a yellow belt can move 15 items a second, so wouldn't the math just be if you need 500 megawatts? It would be 500 megajoules of fuel value per second, right? 500 divided by 15 belt speed. You would need to find a fuel source that has 33 megajoules of energy minimum to support it off one belt. So I think that those things do exist, but they're probably not. Yeah, like Fish Mark III have 30 megajoules of fuel value, but they can only be used in certain entities. I assume something like a charcoal briquette could be used, perhaps. Type of biomass, but we don't have that tech, clearly. It seems to me like, we just have to accept that it's going to be 500 megawatts, you know, like, it's just, that's how much it's going to cost. Minimum 500. And just deal with it. Let me double check, make sure that there's no other way to make steam. We can get steam from geothermal water. Perhaps there's a rational consideration here to put the brick that makes bricks near a geothermal, or as many geothermals as possible. And then instead of using the geothermals to create power for the whole factory, we use the geothermal to power the brick production. Which is effectively the same thing as just making more power from a geothermal and spending 500 megawatts of energy to heat up water somewhere else. Excuse me. Excuse me again, sorry. One drawback to the recipe book that I'm noticing that's kind of annoying. Usually when you're using the Factoriopedia, you can like left click here and then use the back button to go back to the previous page. For some reason that doesn't seem to work with the Pyanodon recipe book. Either that or I'm mixing up EU5 and EU4, or EU5 and Factorio. Oh, excuse me. Alright, well, I'm going to build the thing that takes 500 megawatts, and that's just going to be the cost of science, I guess. Is what it is. Alright, so if I need 2,000 steam a second then, and we're relying on this into this, 1,000, it's going to be the 2,000 divided by the 34, right? I need to be able to support 60 heat exchangers. That's more than I expected, but by doing that... But by doing that, instead of having 2,000 steam a second divided by the 60 that this makes, I'll only need 20 of these electric boilers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 20 of those. That makes 1,200 steam. 1,200 steam times 1.7 is going to get us above. And then I just need to somehow finish. You're going to be late? Want to finish bricks? Yeah, I got started on it, Princess. Just figuring that either you would either be here soon, or that if you weren't able to participate today, that I would have to finish it up. We were running into a slight issue. I don't know if you were aware while doing your plan, but did you see how much energy these things take? The boilers? They're 25.83 megawatts each. And we need 34 of them. And that's over 900 megawatts of power. Almost a full gigawatt. Instead, we're going to reduce the energy cost from From that down to 20 machines times 25.8. I can get it down to about a half gigawatt if we use a whole ton of heat exchangers. Assuming I can make them fit. What temp do we need for the clay thing? The clay doesn't specify a temp on the Steam. Oh, well, actually, okay. The Steam that's currently in this machine is at 250 because it's just being run directly from this. I guess I can test real quick. Let's try make sure that this can run on 100 degree Steam. Or 150 degree Steam. Because that's what these make. And the answer is yes. Temperature of the steam doesn't matter for the clay. Which means that we can do the heat exchanger thing. So, these 20 things need to feed in to, I believe it was 60. Heat exchanger Mark 1, so that's 2, 4, but they're rotated wrong. Alright, I need to be careful about how these are. Okay, water on the top. Steam across, steam down. So this is the steam line that goes higher temp steam. That's 4, 6, 8, 10. Try to line it up. Maybe we can make this slightly less annoyingly compact. Perfect. That's 20. And we need 60. Okay, so we got water here. Maybe on this. Which is going to take water also, which lines up perfectly with this. That's fine. I wonder if it might make more sense to spread these out so that share the pipes. That's, yeah, because that's also exactly 20, which is what I said I was going to need, so it'll look kind of nice. One on top of each of these. So they share the water line. Connect the water lines in. Use a simulated water source for now. Water for both of you. So these all have water and are consuming stupid amounts of power. The hotter steam coming out. Just one pipe right through the center. Super hot steam that wants to come down into here. And can't pass through? Well, that's bullshit. What's a good way to generate steam? That's basically the topic of what I've been working on the last 20, 30 minutes already. Oh my gosh, already been 40 minutes. Never mind. Retro Breaker, thank you for the sub, by the way. There's 3 ways that I've found so far to make steam. You can use regular boilers, which only make 7.5 per second and require huge train throughput to provide the raw fuel, or you have to belt fuel source in yourself from like a nearby coal mine or something. Second option is to use geothermal power. Geothermal spring can create high temp steam, and then you use heat exchangers to make more of it. And then third option is this electric boiler. Only drawback to that is that it takes 26 megawatts of energy. So I think I'm just accepting that it's going to cost 500 megawatts minimum of continuous power to make Science Pack 1. That's just the price of science. So, is what it is. But this whole steam can't pass through thing is bullshit. It's going to ruin my build. Yeah, so the reason why I think I'm going to just stick with the boilers, the electric boilers, is because I considered, you know, we could make this brick that makes bricks near a local geothermal power source to, like, create the heated bricks and clay and whatever. But that's basically the same thing as just tapping the geothermal and using an electric boiler somewhere else. Because you're getting the power either way, you're just putting it through the electrical grid. Well, there's nothing to it. I have to put space between these damn things, it looks like. If we put at least one space in between... That's an output, that's an output. It only has one steam input. Alright, so in that case, kill all that. If we horizontal flip this, put one space in between, have these two share this feed. Share the water. Have to hook the steam in like this way. You want steam. Like that. I just delete the whole thing and then put it back. I think that the steam mixed, maybe? That's why. Yeah. Okay, so that means that this bottom thing is now the steam out at the correct temperature. These machines sound freaking awesome, by the way. When they're all working like that. This is only 12 though, and I need a total of 20. And then, excuse me. Now I should be able to grab you. Vertical mirror. Right here. Okay, and then I think it's the same thing that for some reason it doesn't like when the steam cools down even for a second. Either that or my vertical mirror just fucked it. And it's mixing steam temps. Also, this water needs to be here. Resetting it one more time. It's easier to train clay. Oh, I see what I've done wrong. Right. This one needs to not connect up there. Right. Oh. The whole thing got messed up when I tried to make it longer, I think. Alright, I can fix it. It's fine. Bum, bum, bum. Whole point is that it's supposed to have arrow to the left, arrow to the right, and then these two go together. So it's from right here. Those go in. And then you would be here, but we only need half. It appears to be working now, but some of the machines turn off here and there, which kind of confuses me a little bit. This is the hotter steam on the edge there. Having to, like, keep track of which steam is hot and which steam isn't is sort of annoying. I think I just... I don't want that hot steam to come further down. Or mix. These could share this bottom pipe, though. Maybe don't do this over here. But they don't line up anymore. Whatever. They don't need to line up. Remove the pipes on top of the clay makers. They're connected by the side already. Ah, true. Yeah, these don't need to be there. Assuming that they can pass through. But I forgot if they can or not. I think that they were allowed to. Yeah. Alright, so that means that this also can be closer. And actually, I think as long as... As long as, like, one of these touches that, I think it'll go through the whole system. Along the outer pipe edge. Should be able to just put it, like, right here. And then I just have to make sure that the top set, this here and this here, have a merge point somewhere, like... think that we are still fitting within a brick, but it's a bit tight. Oh, saw another error. A lot of these machines are facing the wrong way. How much clay do we need? Well, I was looking at your build, Princess. Are you in game or are you just watching right now? Okay, so I was looking at yours and I was not trying to be judgy, but I was just like looking at the math and I don't really know what you were shooting for because sort of seemed like you were eyeballing it here and there. I remember you mentioned that you said you needed 4 belts of sand, but the reason that I made it this big is because this produces exactly 60 clay per second, and I noticed that these guys, this center part that you had wanted 66, which is pretty darn close to 60. So I was shooting for remove 2 of these machines. Let me just copy this and I can... It had 2 fewer machines, and it was just 18. Then we're talking about exactly 60 clay a second and 300 muddy sludge a second. To produce exactly 30 rich clay a second. 30 rich clay per second is... I see why you wanted 7. So that's probably why you did that. But you need just a tiny bit of extra rich clay. So if you did that, you actually need 21 machines, not 20. Me though, I still think that it's easier to just, this thing is already ratioed to make 2 perfect belt worth. I think that you just ignore the fact that it's not 17 and a half, and you instead just accept that you're only going to get 15 out of 17.5. So 86% throughput on both brick machines. But... oh shit. This only consumes 15 sand. This makes 60. Which means that this needs to be twice as big. Uh-oh. We're talking about a gigawatt of power to make bricks. This feels like perhaps too much. So that's what it takes to make 60 clay. No, 120 clay a second. Wait. Yeah, 120 clay a second runs this mostly. Take those 2 back out again. Take this thing, double it just for the sake of, like, mathing. I'll still have to redesign the layout, but... so that'll consume the 120. And then 600 of the muddy sludge. The muddy sludge we have Coming from this part of the build. This produces exactly 600 muddy sludge. This wants exactly 600 muddy sludge. So that part ratios 2. And then we're running 4 machines making brick. So the 60 sand per second from this, the 600 muddy sludge from this, 120 clay from all this, allows us to produce at 6/7 of 40 bricks per second. So we get 34 bricks a second total. But now we're starting to look at, can this shit even fit inside one of the bricks? And the answer is nope, too big. Perhaps I could relocate the electric boilers into this section of it in order to trim the size, the footprint. Without the heat exchangers, it would need 34 electric boilers per side. The top and the bottom would both need 34, and each of them consume about 26 megawatts. So 34 times 26 megawatts times 2. We'd be talking about a 1.768 gigawatt setup. With the heat exchangers, it reduces the need by about 70%. Well, not 70%. It takes reduces it by about 41% at the cost of space. If anyone can ensure that we're going to have infinite power, then yeah, we could just run more heat exchangers. Or sorry, run more electric boilers and just say, fuck it. Just burn 1.8 gigawatts power constantly. Do we want to brick over the world? No. The reason why we're trying to make brick is because science packs require empty planter boxes, which you apparently can't make with anything but brick. The planter boxes go into planter boxes, and then the planter boxes get mixed with native flora, and then that's where science packs come from. So we need it. It's not about bricking over the planet, it's about science. Let me just math out, like, how much did this want again in bricks per second? Fuck me. Okay, no, but okay, but I made it. That wasn't the real math. It was I only need 60 brick a second, not 80 like it says, because right. So 4 belts of brick. So that means that this build that currently is ratioed to make about 6/7 of the max production of these 2 machines. This is half. So to run the science build, we need 2. So with the heat exchangers helping to make the steam, we're talking about 2.2 gigawatts. Yeah, the rich clay, I haven't looked at this part yet, but the rich clay seems ratioed pretty much correctly, I think. Where it gets messy is if we tried to utilize that last little bit of, that last 7th of production. I don't think that that's really going to be worth it to mess with the, Alright, so I'm going to delete this down to half again. 1, 2, 3, 4, so right here. And I'm going to try to shift the boilers into this area. That's the output steam. I know that I need 20 total, so if I can figure out how to do a build that...
It's over 9,000!
And, compress this down. The outproduct, the byproduct, words. The steam goes out this side, like through the center of the thing. The water itself can go right through here. Or I could rotate it and do it the other way, run the water through and have the steam go on the edges. If we run water through the middle, these machines are tall and confusing. It looks like there's like 3 rows right now, but there's only 2. So this machine and this machine are sharing the water from the pipe that you can't even see here. Which means that all of the machines have water if there's water through the middle, and all of the machines are outputting their steam through this central thing here and here. So if these two are merged, like this, that's all the hot steam connected. And then for the sake of clarity, for now, I'm just going to do it on the edge over here as well. And then... But that's only 10 of these, though. So this needs to be... like here. And also here. Cut all of these on the top area. That's all of the source hot steam. Assume that I get water over here. I'm once again getting confused because I can't see where shit is. That goes to here. This is water. And water go... Is there steam in this? So the water's coming in through here, and then it's going through the machine. Am I overthinking this? Can I just, like, do this and just put them all right next to each other? Is that actually how you're supposed to do these? Alright, so that's 12. I need 10, 20. The water crock connects across vertically, which means I just need to provide on one edge, right? So just do this. That's all the steam, and then this is all the water. And all of them have it. Okay. This pipe needs to get cleared, because it's not supposed to have water. It's supposed to be the less heated steam. We can also connect on this side. Bum, 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 bum. What we need to do now is connect this steam to this steam. What if I stick this thing right in the middle of the whole setup? Hot steam goes up. Can't run through the machines. Annoyingly, so... So annoying that some machines you can pass through the fluids perfectly, and other ones it just like arbitrarily decides that you can't. I guess I have to run a belt up here to provide source steam. And because of that, it doesn't save as much space as I was hoping, but it saves a little bit. This pipe is special and it connects the output sides to each other, and then right here is where all of it gets introduced to the system, and then this shares it across all of the things. In terms of the actual water per second, we're looking at 1200 water per second exactly to support the electric boilers. Support all of the whole setup, we need 2100 water, so that's just 2 offshore pumps. So I could just do an offshore pump here and an offshore pump like on this side, and that will be enough. Top heat exchanger needs water. Top heat exchanger. You're right, the top row lost access to water because... Why? Oh, no. Can we add it here then? I don't want to make the footprint any taller. Alright, and then for the sake of testing, I'll just delete the whole thing and rebuild it. Make sure everything turns on. Make sure that all the outputs are going the right direction. Even though it looks like this belt is breaking into a wall, there is space right behind that to still pass these through. That's our clay coming out. And now the real test, if I were to copy this whole thing, vertical mirror, put it right up against it again. Right there. The math should all still math. And that gets us the 120 clay per second. This thing up here again wanted 120 clay per second. 600 muddy water. We've already mathed out that this thing makes the 600 muddy water. The problem is that this thing is already taking half of a brick, so... And then this thing is maybe small enough to fit now. Maybe. If it's right up against the limit, that interferes with the... No, but it's still too big because the pipe's on the edge. But what I was kind of hoping is that I could fit all of this within one train brick and then stick this part of the production into this part of that build, and then you just put these two bricks side by side so that this one feeds that one and they like work together, because the footprint's just so big, you know? Yeah, it just, you can't fit it all in one. Okay, what else could I do to trim this thing down then by, like, I don't know. Could be longer. Kind of. There's a little bit of space to make it longer. Is there any way that I can avoid having these pipes on the outer edge? If I save like 4 tiles of space, I think that it would be enough. Once again, let's delete the whole bottom half. In preparation to just mirror it. And then the water has to be there because it's the only source for the input. But this is the hot steam input. I think I need to utilize these. So this is the output, and I'm using these ones. That's probably my best opportunity to save space. Alright, so I'm going to try this. We're going to decon planner, remove pipes. And also remove underground pipes. And I'm just going to refactor this whole thing. Okay, so water needs to exist. Can't pass through, has to go across the top. That part I can solve right now. I gotta be careful that I don't paste on top of these and mess up the order again. Which just gonna take my time and kind of do some of this manually. Water across the top, and then water through here. But where I think I can get away with saving 2 rows up here is I think I can ignore that output and just choose to use the one on in the middle. We'll push this whole thing down by 1 tile. And we're ignoring that. And also ignoring, not necessarily ignoring, but just smashing this directly into the whole brick thing, because that is actually going to pass it through. I think. Because like this machine is going to connect here. Up to this one. And up to this one. Okay, I can't remember which part of the heat exchanger wasn't working the way I wanted. I think it's you can't pass water through them, and I don't think you can pass steam through them either. They're just annoying. They're the exact same size as the clay pits, so it would be amazing if I could just put them all in a row, but they don't let you do that. I don't think this will work. I'm gonna have to, I have to use at least one to connect them. I think I'll just do that, and then no, but this doesn't actually end up saving any space because I still don't have my source steam. Yeah, they're just a pain in the ass. Can you fit one Did a horizontal hot steam pipe between the first and second row? It's effectively doing the same thing though, right? Like if I tried to put these down by one to try to save one whole row, and then I was hoping to save a row here on this pipe. And if I did that, that's 2 rows total. Then when I mirror it, I'm saving 4, and if I save 4, I think it would fit. But the problem is that if I cut this pipe here, and then try to shift the cooler steam output from the machines to the every other in-between row, utilizing this fact here. So this is the hotter steam coming in and feeding these two machines. Cooler steam coming out and going here. Even if I run it straight down, for the input steam, I can't utilize this path, so I just end up having to run it up in order to get access to the hot steam again. All I've done is moved my source steam from, like, you know, I saved a row, but then I lost a row. One thing I'm considering is sacrifice efficiency for convenience. For argument's sake, well, let me make a backup of this because I'm gonna really mangle it now. For argument's sake, if I just said, fuck it, we're gonna make it fit by deleting the top row of heat exchangers, and then mathed out, like, what's the steam that this can make now, and we're looking at 1360 from the 40 heat exchangers, plus I don't think I can just add these two together, right? Right, but different temps doesn't actually matter. So what I'm thinking is we can sacrifice efficiency and just run more boilers if needed, because they're small and they cost a lot of power, but they're small. You can use hotter steam. You don't have to use 150 degree steam. You could use super hot ass steam to make clay too. It's just that the heat exchangers save us power. But if they're being annoying, and they are, then, you know, fuck it. So these machines, there are now 40 of them. 40 of them are going to consume 20 hot steam a second. So 40 times 20. We're consuming 800 of the 60 currently times 20 electric boilers. That means that there's 400 hot steam left over still, plus whatever the heat exchangers produce that are still here, which is 1360. And we only need 2,000 steam a second. So if I just add 4 more electric boilers, we get to exactly 2,000. It costs an extra 100 megawatts. But now I don't have to be annoyed. There's one slight issue. I still need to keep the hotter steam isolated. I can't just full mix the steams. Well, that supplies the whole thing again. Now I just have to figure out how to, like, mix the hotter steam in without letting it cool the other one. Probably just use a pump. It does look like I could shrink it by cutting every other row now, since I'm just using the top. Actually, hold on. No, half the machines don't have outputs. Output there, output here. It's either a row up top to let the top machine out, or it's gotta be, yeah, no, I think it's better to just... So, trying to refactor this didn't save me anything, really. Sadly. Just want the center part. Now, how to merge in the rest of the hot steam. As you can see, there's machines in here that aren't running because there's not actually enough steam. Probably something like this. So at the very end, the very last machine that gets access to the hotter steam, which should be here, create a pump that lets this steam into the colder side. So the steam temperature should go up on the colder side of the team, like the heat exchanger output. Except now these have all broken because even though the hotter steam is going right by them, they're not grabbing the hotter steam. Nope, my temperature went down to 249 somehow. Delete, rebuild. Let's see if that happens again. I don't think that should happen. I thought a pump would fix it, but... I think that I'm making sense here, right? Like, I did the math. This is going to produce 2,000 total steam per second, and maybe I should put like some logic on the pumps that it keeps the hotter steam available for these first. But the intent is to take this now and then, as always, we're going to just mirror it right there. And that now fits very cleanly inside a brick. At the small cost of a little bit of power. A little bit of a power that it shouldn't necessarily need. 1.3 gigawatts instead of about 1. But that's how big it needs to be if we want to support this thing again. Which supports all that. So if we just do that, everything should be good, and then we end up with 32 brick, which means take a deeper look at these now. You're taking clay in. Altogether we had how much clay again? I think it was 120, which is 8 belt. Each machine wants 3.33. And we're running a total of how many machines? 36. Does the math get easier if we upgrade to blue? You can definitely get value out of the chutes if you use blue, I think. No offense to Princess, but I'm just going to redesign this because starting from scratch is easier for my brain to process it. So use this, and we run the muddy sludge. These machines will need fuel, so we have to remember that. gonna have to run a fuel line under. And then we've got muddy sludge connected like that. And then we've got 2 inputs. These two can just split a single belt with a chute. That consumes most of the belt, but not all. And then we can mirror this. And then the output. Actually, I think I might like the output. Move the fuel line to the center. That 4 makes 6.66 times 2 is about a yellow belt worth. We know we've got 8 belts of this stuff coming in. So this would have to be multiplied by 4. Yeah, 13.33 is close enough to 15 that I'm just going to treat it. Like, rather than try to math it out and have like 5 machines or like do 5 of these and then like, or 4 of these and then like 1 level 1 machine or something, I find it easier to just do, instead of doing 4 blocks, you just do 5 and then you use a 5 to 4 balancer at the end. That way you take 13.33 times 5 belts and it compresses down into, you get the 15 belts times 4 belts, right? With a 5 to 4 balancer. Yeah, that tries to consume a little bit more than we have. Okay, so we start with 4 belts. You know what? No, this is stupid to use this many. I should just use a fortified balancer. Sorry, Bannockegg, I'm not sure why you weren't able to keep up. I don't know what to do about it. Might end up actually being the same amount of overall splitters this way, now that I think about it, but that's okay. 4 belts of stuff in, 5 belts out. That gives us all the stuff, and then the these are the fuel lines. Bum. Altogether, it makes 60. Nuts. It's not going to make 66. It's going to make 120 out of 133.3 times 66.6. So we're going to get exactly 4 belts. Right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 belts, and I need to compress that down to 4. This is a silly way to do it, but it'll be symmetrical at least. So 10 belts going down to 4 belts is the same thing as 5 belts going down to 2 belts, so just chuck in a 5 to 2. I save a little bit of space. Haven 1. There's a new name. Leave some space like this by tucking in the edges a little bit. Needs belt here to get the fuel through. This will need to be run on non-ash producing fuel, so a wood source. Probably just raw wood. Hmm. Well, I mean, I don't think it's the prettiest thing I've ever made, but it does get the job done. That'll make the 60 rich clay a second. It's a lot shorter than your build, but you also... Yeah, you did it different. You provided each machine with fuel from your fuel belts twice. Alright, so... Then the last thing this all wanted was what? The brick part, which is this. We're merging in sand. These are supposed to feed this whole thing. I doubt it, but just out of curiosity, if we moved this whole thing to the very, very edge of its buildable space, or at least all the way to the left on it, is there any way that this would like to fit inside? It does. Well, gee, that's interesting. Not really enough space to get the belts up there, though. Plus, it's kind of awkward to get the fuel supply over there. Only reason I'm thinking about it is because at the end of the day, it's just this little last piece. That's the whole remaining part. But there's no way we can fit all of this portion of the build into it, so there's really no point, is there? Not like we can compress it down into a single brick. Yeah, I think that trying to make it fit is unnecessary and a distraction from actually getting it completed and then built. Just gonna leave it. Maybe even try to plan on putting it into this one. So this thing makes whatever, move this whole build directly adjacent to a brick. Like, how long has Avon 1 been trying to catch up? Should we slow down? Should we pause for him? Doesn't seem like he's making progress. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see now in chat. I need to make a new cup of coffee anyway. But if we put the two bricks directly adjacent to each other, then we can just feed the soil from one. And then I think we're close to getting this done. Keep in mind that this is half of the brick output we need. This is only 2 belt of brick and we need 4 belt of brick. So the total power consumption for this is going to be outstandingly large. I thought we weren't belting cross bricks. Or talk more. Well, I think that, I don't know. I'm of the opinion right now that we cannot keep up throughput. Like, if we go back to the discussions from yesterday, there's absolutely no chance with our current technology and the current mods that we're using that I can get 5 Belt of Flora. Yeah, catching up is in the time that it took you to download the map, however long that was, you got a snapshot of the save file, but then we're running along at 60 UPS, so your game fell behind by that many ticks, and you've got to calculate all of that so that your save file has parity with our file. Yeah, it's not ideal because like it's like bootstrapping in my mind. Like, yeah, it's not ideal. Ideally, we would never cross belts between bricks because that way we can just copy paste a new brick and then boom, done. It just works. But sometimes you gotta bootstrap shit to make it work. Like, all right, so we're in Princess Luna's Test Worlds. Okay, this wanted. All right, let's grab you. Rotate. We can put these in line with this. Bum. We fed it 30 clay a second. That's 30 times 30 divided by 35 times 20 is 17. But we're only expecting two belt a second, like, out of this thing anyway. Trying to decide if it makes sense to use 4 burners or just 2 Mark IIs. Probably just use 2 Mark IIs. Sorry about all the banging in the background again, by the way. They're still fucking around with the floor. They've been doing it for 2 months. It's been driving me nuts. Sorry, Aven. We talked about this the other day. It's... Unfortunately, I don't know. It seems likely to happen more and more the bigger the save gets. I don't really think we came to a good conclusion about how to handle it either. Okay, so that's fuel taken care of. That's the thing. These need to be the clay inputs. No. These are the clay inputs. The two sides. So these need to be the other inputs, which is this stuff. And that will result in enough output that we need to do it's going to be 15 out of 17.5 times 10 a second. It's a little bit more, but I don't think I care about the extra little bit of brick that it could make. Easier to just do this. Okay, let's power this section up, see if I can make sure it's all mathed out properly and stuff. So these are going to be a fuel source of, like, wood. Look, you connected the muddy sludge? Muddy water? He must have left one of the pipes that purges all the muddy water from the system somewhere. Otherwise, why is there none? I'll have to delete and rebuild the whole thing so that it can turn on. Alright, let's see how it runs. Water comes in, muddy water comes out. Can't explain that. Fuel for the machines goes in. And... ah, right. We still need these. But rather than try to connect it across the bricks, let's just simulate that there's a connection. So this is where, like, okay, the idea that we never want to, like, merge or use belts to get between bricks, I think you don't want to use blueprints that have that, because then the snappability of it and all that goes away. Instead, we want to do it, like, with representations, like, this will be a belt of whatever this crap is. Soil. And then manually do it after you've built both train stations. And if you specifically use, like, the vanilla loader instead of regular loaders, not only is it easier because there's no power need, but we can't actually build those, so it's a great visual indicator that this is, you know, special. Whoops. Not soil. Clay. So this is like what? This, Princess, you probably spent the entire day working on this yesterday, right? I spent the entire day yesterday working on this build, which is a 7.5 science per second. This makes 7.5 science per second. Mostly by burning soil into ash somehow, because that works. Don't question it too hard. The only thing that this build doesn't have is the 4 belts of brick per second. So that's what we're working on now. And if we go look at that, it's all of this makes effectively 2 belt, which means we have to double this into here. Also, I think it should be centered if it's, we're not going to try to make it more compact than this. Like here, like somewhere over here. There's good, I guess. This one didn't get centered as well. So this whole double 4 brick setup is what we need to support the science build that I did yesterday. The grand total of 2.8 gigawatts of power. But look, brick. Let's make a void chest just to double check that it is actually producing properly. It should be. That should just work. I didn't say it was going to be, you know, a reasonable expense, but if you want science, that's the solution we've come up with. Science requires bricks. Yep, these shouldn't work constantly because I gave it just a shoot. It can only unload 7.5 items a second while making about 8. So it's going to have little pulses of taking a break, but we should still end up with at least like 30 per second brick. Kind of surprised that it's not fully saturated. It doesn't look fully saturated to me, and it should be. Oh. There's missing belt here. That'll explain it. That should perfectly explain why the top one's fully saturated and the bottom one's not. The machine was lacking half of its clay. Missing an output belt. An unput belt bottom right. This is its 7.5 bricks per second output, splitter merged with this. So 7.5 with 7.5 should max this belt out. I think it was that clay, yeah. Now they're equal. Okay, well. At the very least, we should build, one of these double bricks. Make science happen more. Your test world, though, is getting a bit computationally excessive. I think we should maybe trim this down now. Move it into blueprints, but Yeah, I'm gonna make a blueprint book. Put into game blueprints. We'll call this Science Pack 1. And then within this, I want to put 2 blueprints. Ba-bum. This is all claiming to not have power. What happened to our electrified floor? Oh, electrified floor connects everything. You just need to have one of those somewhere. By deleting the only available accumulator, we lost source access to infinite power. I want to double check. So the floor is currently electrified. This build probably does need electric poles, so I'm going to add basic electric poles to it now too. Yeah, because these machines do need power. Okay, if we put a power line here, here, oh, there, go here. That's gonna be here and here. I think I'll run them kind of like that. Okay, that connects all of the top part, and then these just need to have edges. Should go down the whole thing as well. And then should be allowed to grab this top part. Vertical flip just it. And this should just fit right in there and then do all the pulls for that one too. We don't need that. And if we connect to the main grid or simulate the main grid with a dude, every machine should turn on. Except for these. Crap. That's something I didn't think about. Alright, we're gonna have to... And then we'll just move this. Nope, can't go there. Don't think I broke that, but we'll have to double check it. Grab all this. The copy down there for now. Kill all of that. Uh-oh. Your water source might be broken. Maybe not. Maybe it just fits. Perhaps doing power lines as I go is a better idea. Nice how this one doesn't require power at all. Just real quick, I'm gonna delete and rebuild it to make sure once more that it all has power. Watch everything turn on. Those should turn on first. Total water needs for this whole thing is only 4,000, so yeah, 4 pumps is enough. We could get rid of the infinity pipes. Also just do this. That gets the water to these two things, but don't we need water on the outer edge also? Yeah. Water needs to connect. Just run it over here. Okay. Any other things we needed to finish here? I think it's ready to get added to the book. I'm sure it's perfect. This is oil. Or just like part 1. You want to get this one's water stuff done too? Yeah. I don't think this one needs very much water either. It's like... Oh, more than I thought. 13.2k water a second. So... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 8 machines. Yeah, probably just a pump for each row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Technically, you could support all of the left side of it with just 4 pumps. Exactly 4. The 4 on the left, 4 on the right would work. Or for simplicity, you could just do, you know, like 1 on each row, since there's 6 rows. It's not like they cost power, so. Is the hot and cold steam mixing fixed? After deleting and rebuilding it, it seems like it works just fine. So the way that I ended up doing it, we ended up adding 4 extra electric boilers to cut the need for an entire row of the heat exchangers, just to make it all fit within a train grid. That costs an extra 100 megawatts, but we've got the hottest steam on the outer edge, and it goes through all the heat exchangers, which create some steam. The hot steam, after passing through the entire exchangers array, gets to this pump, where the pump allows it to mix in with the cooler steam. So we should be seeing the steam here be like 150 degrees only, because that's what this makes. 250 down to 150, but it's at like 168, 170, because we're mixing in some hot steam to make up the difference to get all the way to 2000 steam a second. And every machine is working. They don't care what temperature the steam is. That makes all the soil. Try the clay. This makes other stuff. We might want to connect the power here across. This thing doesn't appear to be centered very well either. Really annoying how you can't interact with the water fill very well. But yeah, it works. Let's add that. And just remove landfill. Should clean up the errors. We should have the 10 representative loaders, that's fine. 10 chests, that's fine. We don't need refined hazard concrete indicators. And then these 20 concrete represent the edges for pasteability. Seems fine. Alright, we have the Science Pack 1, Part 1, Part 2 blueprints. Well, it's not Science Packs, actually. This is more bricks. But it's related to Science Pack 1. Now we can delete your whole test world. Did clearing the landfill re-add the water? Well, if I paste... I swear they're just jumping up and down for fun. Yeah, it appears to not do landfill the way that I set it up, so... But like, once you've added water to this thing, you can't do it. However, there is a button to reset the entire sandbox. And I think when you do that, it fixes the floor. Call it brick brick. That's a good idea. Brick brick. All right. Well, the closer we can build that to... Actually, what are the... I don't even really remember now. What are the inputs that that thing needs? Ah, you reset yours. Okay. Can I only blueprint unloaded maps? So we have import ability is disabled on the server, so You can go to the game blueprints and like I just did, I made these in this lobby and put them in the game blueprints folder so anyone in the server can access these. But if you have your own personal blueprints, I can only see them because I'm an administrator on the server, but you can't see your blueprint books from other servers or other saves, and you can't import because we don't want people to just solve Pyanodons. I mean, if you were to spend time like with a copy of the save working on a brick and then you want to import it, just talk to one of the moderators, talk more Ming or even me. And if it looks like it's something that came from like the train brick stuff, we'll absolutely let you bring it in. Right, so you deleted it, which is good. My sandbox, I think I will also just reset. Actually, no, my sandbox has the science thing. My sandbox, we're going to then... Why don't we add 2 parts. There and there. And then we bring in the brick. That one goes there. That one goes here. And then I'll manually bring these over. And then these 2 bricks go up and end up in the science brick right here. The question is just what inputs does this actually need? And I think the answer is like nothing. It doesn't need water because we make the water locally. All of the everything that comes out of this left brick comes literally out of the ground. All of this one and that the main power grid has power. We get water into soil, soil into the sand. So again, everything comes from water. I think there's literally... Ah, fuel. Yep, you're right. Just wood. That's all we need. Okay. And it doesn't have to be wood, it can be raw fiber or whatever. So we just need 2 available train grids that are relatively close to the science build so that we can belt the brick over. Ideally directly adjacent to each other. That would not interfere with anything else. But it doesn't have to be that way. I see 2 open down there, kinda. Except there's a bitumen seep in it. And, just again, I want to point out that this is only going to make 30 brick a second, and we need 60, so... The power consumption is real. By... It says X12. There's still two of those things somewhere. Where did I put them? Making it hard for me to do math. Where the hell are they? Here? Bum, bum, bum. Power consumption. 1.5 gigawatts. And if we were to actually get the correct amount of brick, bum, bum, bum. How is that? I swear I just deleted it, and now it's back. Yep. 2.9 gigawatts total across all of it. Talk more. Do we want to talk more about the, now that I'm mentally now, I'm getting ready to go start building these, and that makes me think about the train stations again. Do you want to talk about the crane mod more? Also, I was going to make more coffee and I got distracted. We don't have 3 gigawatts? Well, now we have a target. And yes, we do have 3 gigawatts. We can make 3.8. We don't have 3 available right this second, but we're not planning on doing the whole build either. If we just do half of it, we actually currently do have the headspace to run a 1.5 gigawatt setup. How many resources are we talking to build this? We need 80 heat exchangers, 160 clay pits, 96 soil extractors, 24 washers. Yeah. Quite a bit of crap. Average, I thought about that idea, but I'm not sure. I think in my head it's that they're equivalent. Either you utilize the geothermal, tap it, use a normal heat exchanger stuff that like Domo had set up. We can go look at one as an example. Find a geothermal that's been tapped like this. So option A is to tap a geothermal site, take the geothermal stuff, run it through the heat exchangers, create steam, use that to create power. Altogether, this makes 10 steam engines run. 10 steam engines is 75 megawatts of power. I didn't actually do the math on whether or not it would make more sense to convert the steam directly. It is a fluid, so it'd be really easy to move. I mean, if you can prove that it's better, then we can shift gears. Importing a fuel for oil? Oil boilers. Is that an entity? Did we just research this? I don't remember seeing this. God damn it. Did I just waste all my time again? And now we have a much better solution. The reason I didn't consider boilers is because they only make 7.5 a second and I needed 2,000 steam. This makes 60 a second. Still, 60 a second, like 2,000 steam a second required, divided by 60 per thing. With like 34 oil burners, that's basically the same number of electric boilers we were originally having to shoot for. Is an oil burner basically the same thing as an electric boiler, except that it runs on fuel instead of electricity? Efficiency 200%? The water per second is irrelevant. The consumes fluid, the liquid fuel. Does the same thing. It creates 250 degrees Celsius steam, so it is the same as the electric boiler in terms of like what it creates. 300 steam. They both say 60 per second, so they're equivalent in temperature and in output. But they're a lot bigger than electric boilers, so we would have to push this whole thing to the left and then refactor this number of electric boilers. We could one for one exchange them. Instead of running 48 electric boilers, we could run 48 oil burners and then import a fluid to burn. The thing that catches my eye is that efficiency 200% number. Perhaps it is a lot more efficient to burn the fuel directly in a oil burner instead of generating the power, running it through the electrical grid, and then using electric boilers. Also, I don't even know if electric boilers are easy to make. They might be really difficult. No, they're pretty easy. Electric uses twice as much power. 25.83 megawatts. By twice as much, are you comparing the 14.81 versus the 25.83? Not quite twice. Also, are oil burners easy to craft? About the same, but the intermetallics are slightly more expensive. They're doing it again. The fact that oil burners take intermetallics and electric does not pushes me toward to utilize, like, don't we have a good solution for raw power generation, even if it's not as efficient, quote unquote? Like, Domo, didn't you do a huge coal, yeah, this whole coal power plant thing? Can't we just double that? Make power? In the ass? Well, do we want to do some sleuthing through the tech tree, or see if there's research that we have already gotten and forgot about, or research we could work toward with just like the third science pack that might solve power as a generation type issue? Or alternatively, is there a thing we can do with our turds? Maybe there's a turd available that we could utilize, that we could research toward, or perhaps the ones we've chosen. I've never gone back to the whole. I know we spent time picking them. There was something with the fish one. The fish upgrade gave us cyanic acid recipe. I don't think that creates fuel. I don't know what you can do with ammonia. Yeah. We'll discuss it more, and anyone that knows, like, if you have played Pyanodons, feel free to chime in here, but I'm gonna get some more coffee real quick. Alright, let me look at the pi codex for fluids by fuel value. And can we filter this and only show stuff we have? Diesel has 1.5 megajoules per liquid. Wow. Incredibly energetic. There is an unlocked at tab. Kerosene. Gasoline. I know we have gasoline, like... What's to stop us from... Purified syngas. Wait. There was a virtuous syngas thing that we unlocked from one of the... This, wasn't there? Wasn't moondrops. Wasn't fish. Syngas. We have this recipe, so we're taking activated carbon with 100 syngas to create refined syngas. That refined syngas, we then... Here. We just haven't selected it yet. Because we needed the tech, but we have the tech now. That's what I've been forgetting. There is a single unselected turd, and we had already talked about it many times. We decided we were going to go with the internal bioreactor upgrade. Muddy sludge we're making in some of the builds we were just looking at, so that's easy to get access to. Muddy sludge plus moss equals 100 syngas. What if we just made a virtuous syngas producing thing and then burned syngas? But again, the problem is that the oil burner entity costs intermetallics. I wasn't involved, Domo, with you building that coal power plant. It just kind of still seems simpler to me to just double up the coal. And keep in mind that the 1.5 gigawatts that I'm estimating is only going to be being used while the electric boilers are on. They consume like almost all of that. 26 times 48. They're like a solid, what is that? 5/6 of the total 1.5 gigawatts. So whatever percentage of the actual brick that we can use is what that's going to cost. No. This thing will consume all of the brick. No, I'm wrong. It's going to consume, it will be 1.5 gigawatts. Constant energy drain. If I plugged 2 belts of brick in, this... It'd make a lot of sense, though. Need to decide where to start building it. Almost like too much ore on the ground. No matter where you look, there's crap in the way. What does this build make? This whole one. Ursel? Like your build? This world has a self-contained boiler segment. This world. What do you mean, Delio? In your test world? Or... Oh. Whose test world is this? I can come back here. Oh. Did you go to Force? Right. So, right. There's a personal sandbox, there's a Force sandbox. Ah, we should use the Force sandbox more often then. So that we can more easily know where to look. Yeah, no, that's a good thing to have done, though. I think that that makes a lot more sense when we're trying to compare and stuff. Like, instead of having to mentally know which person's test world we're talking about or, like, how to do it. Because when you look at the test worlds and then someone pings in chat, it just says Planet Novice. It doesn't tell you, the ping doesn't work anymore when you're looking at a test world. So it can get confusing when you're... And it does the same thing. Like, if you ping in the player force world, I don't know if it will work or not. But I can easily just go here then. Also, in general, perhaps we should try to only use the Force test world, because that way we won't run into a situation where someone has a huge build like I do right now that's like just running, slowing down the game. I don't need this anymore. The whole thing is done, although I should take a copy of the science. I'm deleting my test world. Oof. It's still so big. Get rid of these chunks, can it? Like... I'm trying not to be too zoomed in. Or zoomed out. Alright, so this boiler thing, what's the deal? You're using regular tanks to store steam. Okay. Why are we using so many, like, all these mechanical inserters instead of using chutes? Like, a single chute can replace 10 of those inserters. We talked about this the other day. If you can replace 3 inserters with a chute based on the item's needs, you should not use inserters. They're worse for UPS. So, like you could just... Like, that'll supply that whole machine. You've got 2 belts, so you need like a 2 to 3 balancer. Well, actually, do you actually have two belt? You're making... You're only making like 1.5 belt of ash. Of course, the amount of ash you make is dependent upon what type of fuel you burn. So, if you're burning a fuel that has higher megajoule, like coal has 4 megajoules, coal dust has 3, raw coal has 3, crushed coal has 6. Like, depending on which one you burn, you're going to make more ash per second. Also, you're using loaders for your output, which cost power and resources. You can just use a chute. Oh, no, you can't. My bad. Right. Because of the weird interaction with... It's just stealing all this stuff now. You needed the filter, didn't you? My bad. I fix. Easiest way to fix, just do that. Fixed. I'm making ramen right now, I'll be right back. I don't think loaders make sense though. Like, you could probably get by just fine with, if its max consumption is 3.7 megawatts, if you're using, like, yellow inserters and they can keep up, you can just use yellow inserters to offload the ash. A loader is overkill. An individual loader is worth, like, 3 inserters worth of UPS, but your boilers only need 1 inserter worth of stuff. Yeah, it looks like you're running, what, raw coal on the bottom now? And with raw coal, it doesn't have enough megajoules, so they're struggling a little bit, barely. Because 3 megajoules times 1.2 is 3.6, and it can consume 3.7. so that's why it's pulsing barely. But I don't think it's close. It's too close to actually make a difference. Rate calculator says you're only making 22.2 ash. I mean, if it were me, I would do... something like that. I don't know. Oh, I must not have grabbed your, this thing. That's why it's not working yet. Alright, gotta go check out my food.
I like cheese. Can I surprise a chair?
Oh, that was a perfectly timed one. I just put the headphones on. Ah, thank you, Varkathrin. You're like the most consistent person that uses that still. I miss that sound effect too from playing EU5. I have way too much playtime in EU4 to What's the goal of this thing that you're working on? I can't remember what you said, like why we're... You said it was a... If you know the way to do it, please... Need to know a way to have them mix properly. What do you think? What do you mean by mix properly? We have basically all of the combinators now. And you can easily read the contents of this entire belt. Like, read contents, hold all belts. And then you can see what's on there. If you wanted, you could easily run that signal through some combinators to determine the total megajoules of fuel on a belt, and then selectively prioritize higher or lower fuel value inputs if the available energy on the belt's too low to support the number of boilers you're trying to run. Are you trying to do something like that? Is that the goal, or? Hot. I have landfill on me, I think. Some. I have 808 landfill. Do you need some? Or were you just curious about like why the robots were landfilling something there? Sure, Ming. Let me just build this bit of floor for the rail here, and then I'll give you whatever's left. Seems like when you place down blueprints, the base game is very generous in its application. You can definitely recover a lot of the landfill after you build stuff out. This is also very dangerous because a train could absolutely murder me right now. Speaking of trains, there goes one. Is that a base game Factorio decision, or is that part of Dockmore's blueprint grid? Maybe it needs an update to no, the blueprint doesn't even have landfill in it, does it? It's because of control shift force place. I think that's what causes the landfill to get overplaced. Where is Ming? Ah, we are. Oh, we've got 3,600 automation packs in this this warehouse. Not yet enough for a train delivery, but I think it's time for me to go finally actually pick a place to start building this thing. Ming, are you in that train? Can you get out of the train so I can open your inventory? Thanks. Apparently I used half, sorry. I'm gonna go collect the resources to start building one of these brick things. And if we want to continue discussing the potential for oil burners, I'm all for it, especially because of their 200% efficiency that they show, but I'm worried about the intermetallics supply. What's for lunch today? Slightly overcooked ramen. I got distracted by Jaleo's build, and I think I cooked it for like 4 or 5 minutes instead of 3. Not nearly as good when it's overcooked, but... Okay, so I'm building this. I require 1,800 belt. Can't I just do this and then put it here? I need another 1,000 belt. Got it. I need 600 electric poles. Those were here, I think. We'll need 200 more. Well, it'll still make a good dent in it. I need 540 underground pipe. Okay. That's a lot of pipe. Where should I build? Apparently this stuff's all reserved. The two, they don't need to be next to each other, but I want them to be reasonably close if I'm going to belt the brick over. Well, the brick itself needs to be close to the science area too, ideally, if we're not using loaders. There's just resources everywhere, man. These two. That works. That works pretty well. There's like nothing of value in there. Except for a raw coal source. Alright, we're gonna go blueprints, brick, part 1. Line this up right there. Boop. I go there now. Personal or anyone else that wants to just help get this brick thing being made. How are we doing on the second science pack and the third science pack? Because I think that we're maybe about to suddenly have science again. In a reasonable amount. I assume someone just totally solved it for us, right? Fixed. Island? Nice. Ba-ba-bum. Just need boss to build it? Okay. Well, if we want, we can force a train to go deliver whatever automation packs have already been made in order to start knocking out some research. We can maybe... I think we should make a push for stack inserters. Which is under transport belt capacity. A lot of research, but... Easiest way to make it quicker is more rocks for formic acid. Well, that takes me back to this thing. We still have our unselected moss farm upgrade, which is the syngas stuff. And the syngas stuff was related to another one that makes formic acid. We have a recipe. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Cyanic water. Yeah, there's too much fish stuff. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to remember. I'm just gonna eat my food and let the robots do it. I'm competing with them for the tasks, and then they just end up getting they fall behind, and they're not very smart. What's a good wire to read the warehouses? That's pretty important actually. Do you mind pinging where you're trying to do it so I can look at it and walk you through? Okay, so first I would pause your belts for right now, because if you have them uncapped, right? Easiest way to describe it actually, I would mirror or mimic, like use this one that I did the other day as a go here. This is how you should emulate it. So you want to wire from the top warehouse to the input belts with a green wire, and then spread that green wire across all of the inputs that are going into the warehouse. Don't connect it to anything else. And then use a single green wire from the bottom warehouse to do the bottom ones. So if you follow this wire right here, you see it goes like here, and then all the way down along this whole thing, and then touches this one as well. That passes the contents of just that warehouse into this. And then, in this case, what I do is I look at the stack size for the item. In this case, wood stacks to a size of 100. So we want to store roughly 1.5 trains as a base multiplier across the sum of both warehouses. So if wood has a stack size of 100 and trains can carry 40 inventory, 40 times 100 means that a train carrying wood can move 4,000, so we want to have 1.5 of that. 4,000 times 1.5 is 6,000, divided by 2 warehouses is 3,000, and then that's why the wood enable disable is at 3,000. If there's 3,000 wood in here, it turns off. If there's 3,000 wood in the top one, that one turns off. Also, where's the wood? There's no wood on the belt. What happened to the wood farm? There's no wood because there's no... it's 40 slots per wagon in vanilla, but in Pyanodons they divided it by 2 because reasons. If you look at the caravan, or the wagons, they only have 20. 20 times 2 cargo wagons is 40. There's no log because Ming broke my base. You broke it. It's broke. Yeah, so the reason why that whole thing that I was just talking about is relevant is that if you don't put a limiter on the input side of the warehouse, and if you don't balance it equally across the 2 warehouses, then the inserters in between them, there's 3 inserters that take from the bottom warehouse and put into the top warehouse, and then 3 that take from the top and put into the bottom. They'll auto-balance between them if there ever is accidentally a error in storage, so that when a train gets dispatched, it'll load properly. But because it can only move 3.6 items a second, you really need to make sure that both are balanced. And then the warehouses themselves can hold a lot of crap, but if you just let it fill up completely with 1 item, then you could run into a weird situation where, like, the warehouse gets full of iron plate, and then it can't finish loading copper, and now it'll never get to a full wagon of copper plate, so it just fails. Cybersyn doesn't ever go there ever again. Yeah. Just make sure there's always at least some buffer. Yeah, that's how I solved it, and it works pretty well. Haven't had any issues with it. It's been working for a few days now. Both of the buildings that I need aren't automated. Awesome. And I only need, like, for half of the total build, like 100 of each or something. Sweet. Whose fault is that? Probably mine. I need some landfill for this area. It is quite satisfying to spend a few hours coming up with a plan in the test world, and then, you know, seeing it work, know that it's gonna work, and then come out and, like, make it so. That's my favorite part of this campaign in the last few sessions, like, that loop. Press F4, turn on shadow, show rail paths. And if there is a line under yourself, run. Cool. I now have a spider sense for trains. Alright, and then we're gonna do Brick Brick Part 2. Can go into this one. Find the edge. Boom. Yep, so that's an example of a problem. There's no meat in the top one. No, there's 260. That red wire is a little concerning. That red wire is what's the problem, I think. The red wire is reading the 10k meat in this warehouse, this deposit, and passing that red. Is that wired, actually? No, it's not. Where is it? It looks like there's a wire there. Wire to the loaders. Just wire to the loaders. Not the warehouse itself. Yeah, so you specifically want to use green wire from the top warehouse for inputs to the top warehouse and green wire for the bottom warehouse, because red, it's hard to see at night. Red is used for, just go to the test world, put down a thing. Okay, so if you look closely, can you see how red? There's a green wire going from the bottom warehouse to these three inserters, and then it stops. There's a green wire going from the top warehouse to these three inserter, and then it stops. Red is also connected to those three. Goes to that combinator. I think it's right there. There's a red connection between the two warehouses, I'm pretty sure. Yes. So you want to avoid using red, I think, when you're measuring the, Now, back to that meat thing, though, I'm confused. This is a bad idea. So you're putting all of the Kerrigan into the bottom warehouse and all of the stone in the top warehouse, which means that the loader, like the inserters in between the two warehouses, are going to have to constantly balance. You need to mirror the thing that I showed just a second ago. It has to be splitter. Like track these lines, and you'll see that like I've got 2 belts of copper, But one of them goes to the top warehouse, one of them goes to the bottom. We'll load her in, measured the thing, and then the copper lines are balanced somewhere. Right here. So, but yeah, that. So it'd be just like, or each of the lanes. Also, Ursel, so looking at this thing, so you've, oh shoot, well, you've got logic on whether or not they should turn on, but you also have to remember to set the filter too. Because right now you're telling the loader, turn on when there's less than 3,000 Kerrigan in the other warehouse. But because there's no filter, it's just going to turn on, and then it might unload stone from your deposit. It's not considering what's in there, it's just whether it's on or not. So like if you're going to do a loader, and you want it to use filter, move stone, it's a stone unloader only, and then you wire it, and tell it to enable disable when, you know, stone is less than 3,000. Now it'll only unload stone from the warehouse. And then you would do the same thing for the Kerrigan. Know what I'm saying? Alright, so I need to get heat exchangers, clay pits, and washers. Yeah, landfill production being higher would be really useful right now. Because then whenever we want to build a new brick and we don't want to have to worry about deleting resources or building on top of an ore deposit, you can just kind of like build toward water, and then it's just, you know, guaranteed to be empty land. But it requires a lot of landfill. Okay, this was the mall, and we were saying washers are not a thing? Washers are a thing. Need 24 washers. Clay pits. Yeah, no processor for clay pit. Clay pit. Steam engine, stone brick, iron plate, pipe. I see stone, pipe, boilers, iron plate, burner mining drills right there. So yeah, we could do that. Iron plate. The spaghetti must spaghetti. The spaghetti intensifies. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, you are not my main project yet. I need pipe. Need the steam engine belt, which is difficult to get to. Crap. Bum, bum. Wait. Parcel, or princess, can you... Oh, that one didn't want steam engines. Whoops. I just need pipe and fuel. Okay, so this one has its stuff. Let's put brick here, box stuff. Make it a logistics chest. The filter, grab those. I actually need a ton of these, so I'm gonna upgrade these to level 2. That's just limited by the by the iron plate, but there's really no reason to upgrade it then. It's never going to get 40 iron plate a second. Gasifier. Gasifiers are made there. This isn't gonna be a nightmare or anything. Ah, screw it. Just use a long-handed inserter. Okay, it also wants labs, which were further down here. And small parts, which are here. Means we can grab from them here. Alright. Electric boilers probably limit to like 50 because we're not going to make that many. Clay pits aren't being made very fast because there's nowhere near enough iron plate. Oh no, never mind, there's 66 of them, nice. I'm gonna go build what I have and see like how much more we need to actually get part of the bricks working. You don't have a personal roboport? They're pretty darn easy to make, actually. All things considered. You don't believe in convenience? That's a strong stance. What about soil extractors? Did we automate those yet? We did. Soil extractors are this one, and there's 66 in there. I just forgot to grab them. Alright, some stuff's coming online. We still need a fair few soil extractors. I'm gonna go with the other build. Get those started. Also, let's put down the brick input output for this. So should we use regular wood or should we use or raw fiber? Probably the raw fiber. Although raw fiber might get used for ash, possibly, but we should have plenty of raw fiber. Huh. Why is it saying that Cybersyn's inventory is made up only of the stuff that's in the test world? Talkmore's test world. Try deleting it and rebuilding it. Yeah, sometimes they get bugged either by the shotgun, I think, placing it, or the robots. Yeah, it was a blueprint. Well, be aware that our power consumption might start getting quite high soon. I think we're gonna get at least one of these two builds online, like half of the brick build online for Science 1. Although apparently Science 1's not what we're lacking, so... And a doubled coal. Okay, so power then is nice. 6.2 gigawatt overhead. It's pretty good. Pretty good buffer. I think we still need about half again in clay pits. Clay pits was like, yeah, I think I got 60 down here, so I need like another 100 clay pits. Need all these, at least some of the electric boilers. Okay. Need more belt. And grab as many of the other crap as still there. Stations also probably need to get finished. Roomba, can you help me out? I have a belt with stone on it. I want to be able to stop the belt if I have items in a chest so I can insert those items first. Are you in game? I don't recognize your name in game. Can you ping? I'll be glad to look. Love to help. First I need to grab all that. No clay bits. There's no stone. Or iron. No iron. Did my iron thing get broken? No. 243,000 iron. Guess the caravans just can't keep up. And we appear to be out of electric mining drills. No, not in game, just general question. Alright, let me try to rephrase or understand. I have a belt with stone on it. Okay, so let's just go in the test world and I will build what you're saying. You have a belt with stone. Are we talking vanilla Factorio? I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's vanilla or not, but... You have a belt with stone. Got it. You want to stop the belt if you have items in a chest, so that you can insert those items first. Okay, so you have a chest that you are presumably dumping your spare resources into, like while building a new mine or something, you collected a bunch of stone. And you want this belt that's going into some sort of storage. So you want this one to go in and this one to stop if there's anything in here. Is it that it's stone and stone, like, or are you talking about random other types of items? What being said? Yeah, I think a splitter with input priority is the way to do it, for sure. You don't need to use any other logic, like... So now if I were to just chuck a bunch of stone from mining stuff, that just does it. Yeah, so it's a priority input. I thought the question was a little bit more complex, like, you know, I've got random stuff that I've collected and I want it to have priority in the last space of a chest or something. But yeah, that'd be one way to do it. Yeah, I need all the clay pits in the world. Where was this machine getting electric mining drills from? I don't remember doing that myself. Electric mining drills are right here. only here and going down. I don't think you ever hooked this up. Princess, I think that you just threw a bunch of mining drills in it, and it worked for a while, but I don't see an electric mining drill input. But it definitely ran. It ran for a while. It's made 5 items, but yeah, the electric mining drill supply is way down here. I'm gonna break this, maybe, and then we can tap in down here where the electric mining drills get added instead. Maybe. That or... Well, for right now, I'm just gonna chuck a bunch in there because I do need more. It also could have been me just using even distribution. I often press the G key to distribute items without realizing I did it. Very common for me. That should be enough electric boilers to at least get the process running a little bit. I'll go grab another bunch of iron and try to force feed a few more out. For your main bus, you have an underground belt. Between the underground belt, I have a storage chest for all the stone in my system to put onto the belt. You want to prioritize it stopping. So essentially, are you saying you have something like what we have, where you've got like a chest at the start of the bus and you want to be able to dump crap into the start of your bus and have that get used first? Yeah, if it were me, I mean, it's pretty direct. If you really wanted to force it really fast, you could do, you know, like a building like this, and then multiple loaders out. I assume you don't have loaders though, but like, if you did, or even if you're just using regular inserters, that's fine. It's the same thing, it's just a priority input. A priority input onto that one, priority input onto this one, then this one, then this one, and then like balance them again. Didn't Arumba make that? Are we talking about the setup? I made this one, and then I threw that down. It says Arumba last user because I did this at one point. I swapped them. But, like, I think Purcell or Princess, somebody put down that other machine and set the recipes so that we wouldn't forget that that's another thing we needed more of. But, yeah, I didn't, set up all the inputs. And also, it's still not set up. It still doesn't have access to the, electric mining drills. Oh, I've run out of all my belt. Almost left all my robots behind again. Whoops. Okay, I'm gonna go see how we're doing. I think we're getting close. I grabbed a bunch of extra clay pit things. Probably not enough to fully build it, but very close. God damn it, they just went and did all that. Get back here, you dumbasses. I wanna like just look at the base for a sec. There's a mod that I saw on the Factorio subreddit. Either I don't know if it's a mod or just like a website, but I saw something where you can like create a Factorio map and then link it on Reddit, and people can like look around. Let's see if I can find it. Actually, it was really cool. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Oh, crap. Can't find the one I'm looking for, but it's pretty cool. I was thinking if I could figure out how to do that, I'd like to do that for this map, so if people wanted to, they could explore the base without having to be in the lobby. Because it's going to keep on getting bigger and bigger. Need to get all of this finished building. Need more arithmetic combinators. A circuit shortage. Shoot. Heat exchangers. Right, that's another thing that we probably don't have automated. And they are not easy to make. Wait, we really don't have heat exchangers automated anywhere, despite having the geothermals? Like, have we just always pocket crafted all the heat exchangers we needed? These are regenerative heat exchangers. Ah. They're a little bit simpler than a actual heat exchanger Mark 1. Crap. And I just need how many? 80 heat exchangers? Oh my god. That's a lot. Yeah, I didn't realize the heat exchangers cost that much. Well, we can just run it off of electric boilers. Whatever amount of steam that makes is what we've got for now. Can't really do much about it. Just have to add the heat exchangers as we can. As far as I can tell, this thing, it looks set up well enough to connect to the main grid and let it run. So let's see what happens. The steam. You don't have water. Because you're supposed to get water from the bottom. If I do... to force it to build bottom up. No, we didn't mess up the blueprint. The issue is that it just has water. The water comes in from this bottom side and cross feeds from the bottom up. And so it built the top and the second, but it didn't build the bottom two, which means that the top didn't have access to any water. You see how it's just got to go in order? Bottom row, second, third, fourth, and then it's fine. And then it's inverted on the bottom section. It's got to go top row, then second, then third, then fourth. So that robot just put that machine in the absolute stupidest place, where it definitely can't work. Smart robot. It is making some play. And this thing... This station should be good enough to plug into power now. I do see 2 missing combinators, though. Do you have any circuits? Here, I can make them. Yep, that all looks built. Alright, hooking up the station. 4 trains with this stop. 4? Why would there be 4 trains? Maybe it's just lying to me. It should only be delivering 1 train of fiber. That's it. That guy should be filling up with fiber. And that guy is... Yeah. It might do more than one because of the trash station. We have a trash station? Since when? Can you ping in-game, Ming? I didn't know that we had that. And there's a trash train. Ooh, I would love to see this thing come online. Erkovic, are you still working on this? He is not online, damn. Look at that green circuit chip shooter plan. That request here, signal 1 is 20 stacks. Trash distributor. Interesting. So it's a generic trash, you can just dump all your crap in there? What's all these wired deposits? What are? I should be more good at English. The big mall plan. Why are my clouds turned on again? Every time. Every time I reload the game, it's like, you want clouds, right? Train is confused. Train can't get here because... crap. Because of this water. We need landfill to fill this road in. Oh, you know, one thing that might help is if the steel chests that hold landfill were turned into logistics chests so that the robots could help build landfill. Or do we not want them to do that? Because we want to have a supply available. What landfill? There's some. I see some in a chest. There's 140 here. There is nothing there, although this looks like Purcell is putting together a landfill brick in this region. Maybe we should go finish building that out. It looks like this is just a straight up landfill factory. That would be very useful right now. Did we rename it? You don't need to rename it. Or do you? I forget the... No, I guess there were instructions that Chalkmore made, weren't there? Something about leave the chest, right? And put the name in front? Is that right? Or was it put the name after? Well, I didn't rename it. I don't know if I've renamed any of my stations. Like the one that I built for this, I didn't rename. And it's worked fine the entire time. The one that I built that does automation science packs, I didn't rename. And it's doing just fine. I'm not 100% sure that you have to rename things. Why is all this landfill here? Like, filling this in is silly. I'm going to take this landfill back. I mean, Eventually we'll have enough landfill for it, but like right now we could use this to build the trains. Unless the reason it was landfilled is because this build was supposed to be like all the way across or something. But I can't tell from looking at this what Ming was planning, so I'm gonna repurpose the landfill for now. Oh, talk more. You're actually here. Can you? So, Princess just asked me if we had renamed the station, and I realized I've not done that since like 3 days ago for any of the stations that I've built, but everything still seems to be just fine. Do we have to rename stations, or is it more of a convenience thing for the player to just like know what a station's for? Because it doesn't seem like CyberSyn gives a crap. Hmm. That seems strange. Well, if I can get some train rail. What? How does the shotgun shoot so fast? It's only with floor, whether it's concrete or landfill, waterfill. For some reason, it shoots much, much faster when you're doing the floor. Probably because it's trying to build the floors so that it can then build the entities on top of them or something. Yeah, it's just some interesting behavior that we noticed a few days ago. I wonder, how do the robots, like, build stuff when it's too far away? They'd go until they run out of power, then just decide, well, the job is so damn far away that I just have to keep going anyway. Or do they keep on turning around, or, like... Feels like the base is too big for them to succeed with some of the jobs. Alright, we need more of these. Or not. It's just rail that I need. So I'm only pi tanks away, actually, from making these regenerative heat exchangers. 70k pi tanks are lead storage tank pipe. Lead storage tank. I don't see lead. Little pipe. Duralumin is this one. Oh, Duralumin right there already. And lead. Lead. Lead? That's tin. Do we have lead nearby? Maybe. What does lead look like? That's not lead, that's titanium. Lead. Lead. This one. I ran right by it. Is this right here? Okay. Lead up to there. This is lead. See, there, what? There's, goddamn, there's lead right there. I just couldn't see it because it's all underground. Awesome. Alright, high K70K. Pack size of 10. Just let it make a few. Bum, bum, bum. Pipe. Mechanical parts were here. It's gonna get messy. These machines that are in a box. That's a lot of belt storage for automated assembly machine or for assembly machines, but what can you do? This is small parts. Circuit boards and intermetallics right here. These both want access. There's no space. Unless I put you here. Put you here. You here. And I can do that. And then I can do this. And now we have automated heat exchangers. I'm not going to let it make a lot of them though, because I think that they're still quite expensive. Alright, what else was I missing? Rail. I'm actually supposed to be looking for rail right now. This is right here. Okay. Let's let the robots get back in my belly. And I think I can go finish more of this. Someone's really persistent at the door. They're not at the door, they're just banging on the wall. Doing carpet stuff. I don't know. That'll be going on all day today and all day tomorrow. Nothing I can do about it. Usually my noise gate hopefully catches it, but like right now while I'm talking, you can probably hear it. Man, you want pies? Well, you should get it then. Nothing's stopping you, right? It's a mod. You can just download it. Oh hey, looks like the robots finished the train, or Princess Luna, did you finish it? Nice, got our fiber delivery. Which means I'm right on time. I see some clay. I see the rich clay getting mixed with the muddy sludge, which means we're making the rich clay. There appears to be sand only on half of some of these belts, so what's going on with this whole thing down here? You don't have any soil. Still need more landfill. Oh, and I didn't bring any more soil extractors with me. But I did just, I don't know if you were listening, I just took care of automating the thing on the top of the bus. Right here are regenerative, not regenerative, just heat towers, heat exchangers, sorry, words. Words are hard. Yeah, I picked up a lot of build. Give you what I have. I wish there was a way that I could tell, like, to decon. I want to decon the unnecessary landfill, but I don't want to decon the landfill that's not yet placed underneath ghost entities. You know, like, Alright, well, I do see 2 belts of brick. We're far enough away, though, I think it makes sense to use trains. Hopefully the brick train delivery can eventually keep up. I'm gonna steal some of your circuits if I can. Try to make more of the accumulators that we need. Or, combinators, rather. I think we still need 1 more decider, 2 more arithmetic, and then the station can get turned on. But I'm out of circuits. Going on a resource run. I'm gonna go pick up circuits. Do you need anything specific? Yeah, part of the circuit shortage is because we're building hundreds of washers, hundreds of soil extractors. All of those take, like, not many, but just a couple circuits. Alright, what else was still yet to be built? The electric boilers, the heat exchangers, a few more soil extractors. No more clay pits though, right? 1 clay pit? But that clay pit needs landfill. I have plenty of clay pits. Oh yeah, there's 1.4. I didn't even consider that. I have all of those. Need a bunch more belt, probably. There are circuits on, like, the bus, so... possible that we're not that far off from, getting ahead of the game. A pocket craft. Bunch of accumulator, or a bunch of, combinators. And that's the only other thing we needed, right? The warehouses are built. Just a couple missing combinators. Some signals would be nice, though. That is below the bus. Having a fully planned 80-lane bus is convenient, but also kind of awkward because people build above the bus sometimes and below the bus other times, and you like never seem to really realize, like, learn where you're supposed to go. No simple circuit boards because oh shoot, do we have like a lane, like a circuit board priority somewhere? Because I saw belts full of circuit boards at the start of the bus and none at the end. Which makes me think that we did like a priority branch somewhere. Can't be, because they're still getting through. Chip shooter on the right has made 9,000 items, but it doesn't have enough PCB. 0.6. Enough for mica. Enough sap. I think we have insufficient sap supply to maintain full production on green circuits. That's how much... God, it takes a ton of these to make sap. Good lord. That is a lot. Damn it. I ran in the exact opposite direction I was supposed to go in. Can someone tell me why I don't get wood? Hawkmore, if you're still here, can you explain why CyberSyn is only showing me the inventory of your test world instead of Novice now? I can't see what's in the CyberSyn network anymore. I don't know why. Wood is something that I put in here. There's wood available. Are there trains available? Plenty. I wonder if these issues are both related, actually. Maybe CyberSyn's confused. My network ID is set to -1. I don't know why. I didn't change that. It just is. Oh, I'm filtering to inserters. How did that happen? Weird. I didn't even know that. I didn't even realize that had happened. Does that happen if you just click on it? Yeah, okay, that's what I did. Thank you. What does the 1 in the top right corner mean? Number of stations? Looks like yes. So there's wood. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't understand why there's no wood here either. Well, the wood that's in here... There's 6,000. I mean, that's one and a half trains worth. I have no idea. I can't explain it. Sorry to say. Not enough landfill. I need you to understand how filled with hate you are about the hazard concrete markings. I've found that they're really convenient for planning, but when you go to do it in the real world, they're quite irritating. I agree. There's a couple of issues that happen, like if you try to build a train grid or a train brick over water at all, then it tries to place landfill below every single tile that has a hazard indicator, even though you don't plan on building the hazard indicator. So that's where like all of our landfill's going. Then, while it's in the middle of doing that, you can't like, even if you use the decon planner that's in there to remove the keep out tiles, it doesn't remove the landfill that it tried to place beneath the keep out tiles. And then if you try to use a mandatory, like a specific decon planner to remove landfill only, that will try to remove the landfill that is required to build the rails and stuff. Like I accidentally messed up this intersection right here, and I had to rebuild it because the floor, it removed the planned landfill beneath the rail. It's a little finicky. But I really do like the concrete in the corners, though. The concrete in the corners is, like, wonderful for planning. Did I not pick up more electric boilers? I swear, I just got back from running all the way up here. Oh, I picked up heat exchangers. There were no electric boilers. Because electric boilers need electric mining drills. And there are no electric mining drills because there are no green circuits. Right. Also, my robots appear to be missing. Probably ran away from them. They'll find me eventually. The only problem with doing all of these machines connected directly to each other for to save space is that the build fails if there's even one missing, versus a standard build where you've got pipes connecting them all. Do you have enough landfill to fill the rest of that in, or I can go steal some from right here? Nope, they've decided to fill it in over there. I brought enough combinators to fully finish this output station, so we should get the bricks hopefully moving, and then I want to figure out why your wood isn't being delivered too. I'm a little worried that the train grid is unreliable. Okay, this station looks ready. The problem with transferring brick is that it's got a stack size of 1,000, just like ash. So, 1,000 times 40 slots times 1.5 trains means this is going to want 60,000. The 30,000 bricks in each. Huh. Yeah, I didn't even realize that bricks were going to be so infrequently delivered. Even more reason to maybe need to just belt it over. But belt it from here all the way to there? A long way to go. But I'm down, let's do it. I think if I stay here... No one's going to build above. Now they're playing Stomp on the Floor. Almost there. This brick wants to be here, actually. Alright, all that's left is to go get a bunch of crap, build this belt. I asked for this specifically, so this is on you. What, are we talking about like the hazard concrete indicator? I think that the most useful part of that whole decision, or like where we ended up at the end, was the things in the corner. That's all I use to decide where to build. The things in the corner and then the rectangle, the hazard concrete rectangle, are the most useful parts. The stuff like that shows the footprint for where the train station stuff will be. Once you know that you just have to build within the rectangle, you don't really need to know where the train station will be because you're just building inside the rectangle, you know? So we could probably get rid of all that. corner and yeah, the center marker is also useful. Please leave the train station marker concrete. Sometimes a build sprawls out of it, and it's good to know. Hmm. Well, the original intent, if you remember, is to place this down, build the thing, and then once you utilize the station, there's a decon planner as part of the book to remove the keep out tiles. Like, they're not supposed to stay down forever. It's just for, like, the planning stage. Well, we did it. 30 brick a second. En route. I think that was the last little bit of belt. It should be on its way. Although, does not appear to be making 30 brick a second yet. Because why? Not enough muddy sludge? Not enough muddy sludge because there's... the whole thing... yeah, there's no, like, surplus sand. It's not like the sand can get overfilled and then prevent the production of muddy sludge from soil. I think it's just because some of the bottom stuff's not fully built. But it is ratioed, so...
It's over 9,000!
Joe, thank you for your sub. Instructions unclear, only the corners will remain. You updating the book again? Yeah, I agree with, who was it that just had the idea to only use the, in the test world, use the markers. At this point, like, I don't place down a build in the real world until I know that it's correct. So, yeah, the hazard concrete stuff here is not particularly useful. Like, this is a great example of having the floor, then it wastes all of, like, tons of our landfill trying to paint that corner. I mean, that's hundreds of tiles. It might not look like it, but it's a couple hundred landfill easily. Alright, sure. I mean, perhaps just make a copy of the book and, like, keep it as a backup just in case. There's no reason we couldn't expand the thing and have... just do this, right? Like... and then rename this one to main row markers. Main row with marks, alternate row with marks. Then in main row I can go in here and then just remove this and this. Just keep the concrete. Maybe keep the center. Main row with marks, alternate row with marks. Main row without marks, alternate row without marks. There, I updated it. The unofficial patch. Still waiting on those bricks, but they're getting close. 35:17. I'd say it's probably time to wrap up in the next half hour or so. You're back. Wait, did the bricks really only get from like here to here in the time that I was just gone? It's a really long belt, apparently. But there they are. 2 belt of brick. Finally made it to science. Let's watch this belt right here start to fill. It's only going to be about half throughput. Well, no, it's going to be... At best, it's a half belt, 7.5 a second. And this is only providing about 50% of the brick supply that it needs. But it's got everything else, so... We'll see about half a belt. Half of a belt of constant automation packs. There she goes. I'm concerned though that the brick isn't coming in at 2 full belt. It should definitely be at 2 belt. Not enough clay. Enough clay because not enough muddy sludge. Not enough muddy sludge because something about this is not fully functional. How did there end up being more soil in some of the machines? A lot of the machines have too much soil, so they turn off. Then we don't have enough muddy sludge. And because there's not enough muddy sludge, we can't make the clay. But we can't make more muddy sludge until we use the soil that's in the box to make the sand and the muddy sludge. But there's too much sand. There shouldn't be a need for a sand buffer. Because, again, like, if you rate calculator the whole build, this whole section of the build, there is no surplus sand. We use all of it. I just find it hard to believe that, like, 5 machines missing is, like, somehow throwing the whole system off, and how now it's looking like almost every machine has too much soil. You know? Yeah. Did I miss a pipe somewhere, maybe? It almost feels like we're only getting the muddy sludge from like half of it or something. We're getting all of the sand, but half the muddy sludge. And therefore, that's why sand and then soil keep backing up. I think I need to check these pipes. See input on the top right. One of the brick makers. This is... Yeah, that does need to be there. But that doesn't explain the current problem. Let's see where it's connected to there. There's no water here. If there's no water here, then this machine can't run. Or can this one? But that's only 2 out of like 24 machines making stuff, making the actual muddy sludge. These don't need to be cross-connected, but it can't really hurt to do it. And some robustness to it might maybe help this issue. This one does have pump speed. This one can't ever work. This one must be able to work because the thing is full. I think these are all working. Yeah, I'm just very confused by, I don't understand how muddy sludge. I tested it so many times. I know that it is a closed loop system. It doesn't make more sand than it uses. It doesn't make more soil than it uses. So there's... Beats me. I don't know. Only thing I think is that maybe if you finish the full build with a little bit more landfill, that somehow it'll miraculously fix itself. But in the meantime, I guess a sand buffer might help. I'm gonna just put one in. I don't think it should need it, but what am I doing? If there weren't too much sand, then all of the washer mark 1s turn on. The washer mark 1s are what make the muddy sludge. I still don't understand how we ended up with so much extra sand on the floor, on the belt. Wait, maybe it's because of this thing. Alright, I think I might know what I've done wrong. So this assumes I was assuming that we were only going to use 60 of the clay per second. Not 70. That should mean we don't use as much muddy sludge. I think it may be related to this part, the 17.5 and 15. It wants 17.5 rich clay, but I can only give it 15. Which means that we're only consuming 15, 17.5, we're only consuming 86% of the sand. So we're feeding it, feeding 60 sand a second into the system and only using 12.85 of the sand. So there is surplus 2.2-ish sand per second. So once the sand buffer fills, then these machines shut down and then there's the sludge shortage. And the same thing probably holds true with the... Right. The issue is that I need all of the muddy sludge production. That little tiny 17.5 versus 15 is what's caused the problem. So what can I do with the extra sand? Yeah, just putting it in the sand buffer has fixed it. And now we're at a full belt. Perfectly double belted. This problem... This one warehouse will solve the problem for 450 slots times 200 stack size divided by like 2.2 for 41,000 seconds or 681 minutes or 11 hours. a very long-term problem, but eventually this warehouse will fill. So what can we do with sand? I can make some pure sand. Add more water in another washer. That also makes more muddy sludge. Warehouse number 2. Yeah, well, I don't know what the pure sand is useful for, but it's needed for filtration media. Surprised I didn't notice that that was going to cause a problem later. Makes sense now. Yeah, we could just hook up the sand to the warehouse. And make this into a sand source as well as a brick source. But I do want to keep the belt prioritization here. I do think that, like, the sole purpose of this, we know we're only providing half the brick per second that science wants. So this brick should still just go in that way, rather than go to this station. But yeah, I think we do put sand in the train grid. The caravan could do the job, sure, but I'm going to add it to the train network also, just so that we, you know, have it. Stack size is 200, so 6,000, I think, is reasonable. Here's what I would maybe consider is, that station, where's the station? Oh, there it is, thanks. Would it break CyberSyn to just delete the train stop and then Control Z it back into existence? Or would CyberSyn recalculate? It could just be one of those little bugged situations where the station got finished before, or the power got turned on before the station was fully finished. Breaks any deliveries in process. Don't do that then, huh? What about killing the CyberSyn constant combinator? For sure, you're requesting less than one full train. 3k wood. Wood stacks to 100. 4,000 is a train of wood. Assuming that you set the station up properly, which I think we can tell it isn't proper, but like if we go to the test world real quick, if you did this, you built a station, and you did main row, brick input output, and then just click and did wood, it should work. Did you change anything here? Did you change the stacks and 2 wagons number? Talkmore tried to make it as simple as possible. You just click the thing that you want, and it automatically should set it to the correct amount. If I said wood and moss, like yours does, and then I forget what the other thing is, it says 6k. And yours says... Now you changed it to 12k. So I think that you... Right. That's it. I see. So you tried to add in a resource after the fact and just modified the parameter number? Or whatever? There we go. Sorted. Should see a train... I'm surprised there isn't a train dispatched already. I know there's wood. Because I did it. There's wood right here. There's 6,000 wood available, which is 1.5 trains worth. So, why are none of these trains dispatching to go collect wood? I think it's still broke. I think the issue is you've got parameter 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, shouldn't you have to have deleted this one and replace, like, or something? No, the station giving wood's not broken. It gives to, let me see. I built this station here that has been asking for wood and having it delivered. I built... I think that might be the only one that I personally built that requests wood. But that one's been getting wood. But see how on my station right here, this one? You look at the top the second commenter, the one right here, the Cybersyn constant. You see how on mine it goes iron plate, then stone brick, then raw coal, then wood, then this, then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm wondering if that matters, like... Because I filled it all in using the blueprint. And... I wouldn't be surprised if the combinator code cares about, like, which signal number it is. Because Sophomore specifically only programmed it to be allowed to accept a certain number of inputs. Like, when you go to... When you go to do this, it can only handle 10 requested items. And if we go back to your... Crap, I can't find it now. This is the chat log. Where's the station that's broken? One more time. This one? Oh. Map's getting too big. I don't know. My point is just that normally it looks like that, right? There are 10 signals, and I think that that might matter. whoever added the extra signal last put it on the second row, left all the parameters intact, and that might be breaking stuff. Crane is in queue. Okay then. I'm wrong. But you never know. That could have been right. What happens to these parameters if you just ignore them? Nothing? They don't matter? Scientific archery, yeah, there's a shortcut, but also, if it doesn't show on your tool belt, there's a tiny, tiny, tiny little button right here on the very corner of your tool belt that you can click, and then just make sure that your option to toggle sandbox is enabled, and then you'll just have a button on your tool belt. There. Or you just press Shift B. Also, do recommend changing from personal to force, because this is a shared one that we can all see much easier. We are the same force. We're the player force. And for performance and UPS and stuff, it makes sense to not have all these machines running constantly forever. So like if I went through all of the test worlds, Cookie Biscuit has nothing built in his. Tiny thing here for Crescent Rose. Domo's got something. Like, but if someone logged on one time and then like made a big test build and then just left it continuously running, all of our computers have to simulate that performance. It'll be a lot easier for us to keep it under control if we limit ourselves to Dockmores is pretty big. Limit ourselves to fewer test worlds. Not sure if it's possible to fully delete those either. Nice seeing lots of new grids coming online. What are all these? I didn't know that we built these. We've got a fluid thing here. Doing something with coal gas. We're doing coal gas plus water equals ash syngas tar. Just going into the things. Nice. R tanks, syngas tanks. There's a unpowered loader there that's definitely going to cause problems. I can just... Oh. I can't use... picker dollies while I'm in remote view mode, apparently. I was just gonna picker dolly that small electric pole up by one. Bread box. That is a nice big looking green circuit producing area. Kind of frustrating how you can't use rate calculator right now to check throughput and stuff because none of it has power. What if I just put a copy of this to the test world? And then made sure we have electrified floor on. "15 simple circuit boards per second. One whole belt, huh? With excess vacuum, very small amount of graphite, and some extra vacuum tubes. Otherwise perfectly ratioed. It's very pretty. It does require almost 3 belts per second of copper plate, though, and I doubt that our current trains will ever keep up with that throughput. So it's gonna... If you add this plus this plus this plus this plus this plus this, like, all together, it essentially needs all of that all the time. And the trains can't possibly deliver that much for now. But it'll make some. What's this thing? Petri dishes. Oh, is this where science is happening? Plasmids? Ryland, are you here? I think you might need to look at this again. You've got a splitter and double inputs for the top belt. This, substrate. You only have your plasmid output belt going into the bottom warehouse. Although, if the throughput's really, really low, the inserters can probably handle it. So, good call. I mean, it's fine. On the other hand, for the sake of UPS argument, that basically says 3 inserters are going to have a constant job of balancing. 1 chute is more efficient than that. But... how come this isn't actually making these? No glass. No laboratory. Yep, petri dishes. What the hell is boron trioxide? Are you intending to have iron nextlet antimony special as the output there? Or is that meant to be boron trioxide also? It doesn't look like the iron nextlet thing is used. It is needed. Yeah, but that belt, the one that you're putting it on, doesn't go anywhere near that machine. It just goes down to here. Ah, there you go. That makes more sense. Yep, perfect. Whoa. Whoa, you can do that? I have never seen that before. A single loader set to have 2 filters and split filters per lane? Dude. No clue you could do that. Yeah, check it out right there. Right there. I had no idea it was a thing. I just happened to notice that there were two icons that were smaller than the bigger icons, and I was like, what the hell? Out of curiosity, like, how do you... So you just make a loader, use filters, and then just set 2, and then click the split filters per lane button. What if I want to flip the order? Does that... Yeah, so it looks like whatever one you put first goes on the left, like the top lane or left lane. That was really cool. I wonder if that's something you can do with base game filters, or if that's a feature from this mod, because I don't remember ever seeing that. Yeah, that's why. That's why none of us realized it. It's because this loader mod, the Pyanodons, like, whatever version, has this extra button that I've never seen before. Doesn't show up on regular ones. Yeah, that's almost as great as, like, the drop lane near far toggle. I really like that feature a lot, also. Rylan, you're doing the cheaty thing where you put down water fill and place, then you water fill so you can place the water well pump, and then you landfill it back in. Well, the pump's already there. Funny. Still missing a lot of resources, huh? Wait. Why does this station request simple circuit boards? Oh, I'm thinking of a different station. Right, okay. I thought that the station that makes simple circuit boards was requesting simple circuit boards, but that was some other thing I was looking at. Batteries made anywhere? There's the batteries right near the bottom of the bus. Right in a box. Batteries. This is exciting. I didn't realize how many grids were coming online. Like, there's a lot still to build, but like, suddenly they're filling in fast. I remember when we only had like these 3 grids, these 4 grids, and then it was like slowly going down here. And now suddenly there's like 3 rows of train bricks that I didn't even notice got built. They go fast. I did spend probably over the last 2 days like 5 to 6 hours in the test world, not paying attention to the real world, so... It's intended the name of the offshore pump changes? Water well pump. Offshore pump. Huh. I've never seen that before either. Do they have the same speed? Yes. That's cool. I'm watching the season finale of the second season finale of Outlander tonight. Why are you requesting fiber if you're not using it? That looks like it could theoretically cause problems. It's a odd way to merge two belts. Like, it's unlikely that it'll ever consume enough wood to, or biomass or whatever to do it, but there's also a piece of moss. Moss at the end of your splitter there. I don't know how that happened. Is it just a fuel line? Like, you don't care what... Oh yeah, you have a ton of burners. Are you just making ash? You're just chucking meat? You're just burning all this meat to death? Dude. Am I gonna eat it? Just set it on fire? Ugh. What the hell? You got a vat of blood? Blood for the blood god. It's for the blood god. 338,000 blood. Yeah, is this just running for the sake of running? What is the end? What is the goal of this trick? Like, what are we trying to make? Blood? There's 100,000 blood in the sinkhole. Excess blood is used to burn the meat. I think that you need a sanity check on one of the entities, because it looks like it is just running for the sake of running. I mean, technically you're gaining a resource, right? Probably, like the bones maybe, or the brains. But beyond that, it's mostly just burning, just burning animals for no reason. In an endless loop. Bones are the primary? Alright, fair enough. The min-maxer in me now wants to, like, take all sources of lane splitting, like this, and this, and this, and just, like, use the double, the split filters per lane loader option. I know it's unnecessary, but, like, but I know it exists now. And that makes me want to use it. Hmm. It's confusing. Why are you so short on flowers? You're relying on train deliveries and trains can't keep up. Got it. I've definitely not been paying attention. I'm just looking up for like the first time in 2 days to see all the new train bricks, so I apologize if I'm just being completely oblivious. I do see a huge amount of sap that just dead ends over here that, like, it feels like there's maybe overflow sap that we could put into the grid. Because, forget which machine or which setup it was. The Formica build up, like here, that was making our original green circuits is struggling for sap. So maybe even just like a caravan to bring extra overflow sap up there could help out with stabilizing green circuits. Feels like we've all kind of collectively forgotten that caravans exist as a solution for problems. At least I have. More focused on trains now, but... Depolymerized organics. I feel like we're doing some pretty darn unspeakable things to the animals on this planet. We're definitely the bad guys. What is going on here? I found an error. The only thing that these machines want are plasmids. And I know I was just looking at something that's supposed to make plasmids. Laboratory instrument and glassware. That sap is ratioed for that stuff in the block? Sure. But as has come up many times, like if you just put a output priority, you just did that, then you've got all these sap machines that are not running at all right now that could be running. That's 121 sap machines that could just be making sap. And that way we don't have to build 121 sap machines somewhere else, you know? The one stop I set up is supplying half the grid. Until we get better inserter throughput, yeah, that's probably a good point. Instead of only having a single, where is it? A single outpost or whatever that has iron plate and copper plate, like we just had 4, then 4 trains could all load at the same time instead of waiting one after the next. Especially when there's a situation where a station has both copper and iron, and therefore trains, like, have to queue to get into the same station. Might even be a good idea to not have similar type resources that are, like, likely to overlap in the same location. Can we name train stations? Yeah, talk more. Could you refresh my memory, or could you, like, post your guide thing again that you made? The rules? Because I think you did specify that we are supposed to rename stations. But I've completely ignored that, and everything still seems to work. But I'd still like to do it right. Is it just that you need to have the provider chest symbol first, and that's it? Just never don't let that go away? And then everything else past that is fine, or...? Keep what's there and add to the end. So don't rename fully, just append. Append. append to the station's name. Over here then, there aren't any stations in this grid. There is a station here. What do you call this one? Clarity. Hey, you really need to purge my inventory soon. Too much random shit. Okay, anyone else work on anything interesting today that I should take a look at? Or that you guys want to talk about? Anything on the to-do list that we need to discuss? Yes, it's a fascinating iron chest. If append is to add to the end, what word would it be to add to the start? Prepend. It's a real word. Not pretend, not whatever, it's spelled prepend. I'm 80% sure, now that I think about it, that that is a word. Yep. Add something to the beginning of something else. Thank you, my 7th grade English teacher who forced us to learn all Greek and Latin roots. For some reason, that was like one of the most impactful things I ever learned in high school. Like, just... you use it all the time. Words and languages that I can't speak make sense because they all use the same roots, usually. German words, Latin. German words, French words, Spanish words, Italian words, Portuguese words, they all use Latin and Greek roots. Usually Latin for some of the more Romance type languages, but... when can we maybe start importing stuff from the various malls? Like we've got a tiny little inserter mall here. We've got a all kinds of random shit mall here. This is where we go to get belt and stuff. And then above the bus, we've got the train-ish stuff, kind of, except no rail signals or whatever. There's trains there, but there's no... you know what I mean? When can we take all of that crap and send it to this reserved for mall area? And like, can we not segregate, can we, what is the word? Centralize all of the resources? So it's easier to... purge current task and identify what we're... yeah. Ba-ba-bum. More duplicate train blocks to help Pi-Sci 1. Pi-Sci 1 is not Science Pack 1. That's the actual second Science Pack. I still really hate the way that they named the Science Packs. It should just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? I'm gonna add that we still need to... add another brick train. Another brick block. Automation for automation science. So how does that part work though, Talk More? Like I don't think that we want to wait for a full cargo wagon of rail signals. Right? Or is that the sense of scale and scope that we need to start thinking about with CyberSyn? Is there a way for it to bring some? You know, like a couple hundred of every item, or is CyberSyn not like that? Stacks of an item. So the idea here is that at some point you're going to want to like put iron plate, copper plate, and then train shows up, uses loaders to just unload. Don't really know what this circuitry does. That filters. I don't see any logic for this yet. Seems like a work in progress. Not sure why that guy left with logs in his inventory. He just likes those logs. They're special. There's so much logic going on that I have no understanding about at all. Like, I see how, so this was all, these chests were like labeled specific goods so that like robots going out and like clearing shit. That's what they're doing. The sap that they get from trees, raw coal from breaking certain rocks, maybe stone from breaking rocks, logs from breaking trees, and moss, I think, can be a product of trees or something. Situationally, or some entity, maybe. So then this gives the robots a dedicated location to store it all, so then it goes here, and then I don't know where it goes from there. So at the end of yesterday's session, which, mind you, was like 6 hours long, we managed to get this thing basically running. It's now not running because still no planter boxes. No planter boxes now because no wood. No wood. Because there are 4 trains trying to go to this location. This one's collecting wood. But load speed bad. I think what's happening partially is that the trains with this station is getting confused because I've failed to label my stations. I should do that, right? Like, this is request or chest, whatever, or I don't know what the theme we're supposed to name here. Just that for now. And now it should just have the 1 trains with the stop instead of listing trains that are irrelevant. Oops. But yeah, I set up all of this, but I doubt that we've requested it anywhere. But there you go. There's 9,000 automation packs in a box. I did it. Someone needs to actually request them. That, or maybe I should set up a caravan to deliver them to the, Where's any science that is actually being done being completed right now? Because we destroyed the original science setup and nothing is set up here. Somewhere logistic science packs are being made. Here, in theory. Why is nothing... No, there are things delivered here. Incubated petri dishes. There's no urea. We need to pee on them? Urea is supposed to come from here. There's no manure. What? There's no manure. Manure. Does it come in here, it looks like, maybe? .5 manure from water barrel, flora, moss. Is this Rylan? Rylan, is this just recent and I'm getting ahead of it? Like, I'm not seeing how the manure is supposed to... It doesn't have its flora input. It doesn't... I don't... Work in progress, or what? Because you got flora. Can we, like, agree to destroy some of these stupid fucking trees so we can actually see what's going on? Can't tell what's happening. Yeah, the bottom manure things don't have access to flora. I don't see how they're getting water either. And it specifically needs to be water barrels, not just water. So do you need to make like a water barreling facility? That's the one you tried to rush before a stream. So you're saying you started working on this like yesterday or the day before and you forgot? Okay. I mean, it happens to the best of us. Well, it's 6:23. We've got time. Where is this location? I'm pretty close. I'm gonna run over there. Let's try to fix it before we wrap up tonight. And at least try to get that thing making crap. Holy crap. Yeah, Percival, I don't think that train's gonna be able to keep up. With all of your stone needs. How many belt of stone is that? What is this? What is that thing? That is no balancer, man. Okay. I am here to help. What have I enjoyed most about the mod pack so far? I like the premise of caravans. I like how... I like that you can go multiple days in a row of playing constantly with, you know, a plan to try to do something, and then look up and see that other people have been doing stuff too, and yet and yet after 14 days and 72 hours of playtime, we're still struggling to fully automate the third science pack. The complexity. And I agree with the a thing I remember seeing on the mod portal. It's complex, but it's not unfun. Like, sometimes when you play super complex mods, they're complex, and the way they're complex is by making the game not fun. No names to say here, because I don't want to call anyone out specifically, but I think that some people might know, hey, look, I found a missing pipe. That might also be why your thing doesn't work. Just instantly place it down like... What are you talking about? I made no mistakes. This is why I gotta destroy the trees, man. You can't find the mistakes if you can't see. Look at this gross negligence. Why does the belt go so far? Grossly negligent. Error. Extra belt. Sorry. I had a small lunch and I've had 2 beers, so I'm just being goofy now. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Unless that's what you're into. Alright, so the water barrels... You want me to just make a few steel barrels to give it? Because it doesn't seem like it has any. Well, that's nice. You put in a bot request and apparently my construction bots can deliver instead of logistics bots? Sort of surprising. I was surprised at first to realize, to learn that the mod maker is a Woob developer. But after realizing that and thinking about how well balanced it is and like how it has complexity without being unfun, it makes perfect sense to me that it's a passion project to make base Factorio more complex by one of the people who made Factorio. Or got hired by Factorio, by Woob, because of their skill and ability. You still lack a moss input, Ireland. Or the moss is failing because your carbon dioxide's not delivered. Because these aren't built yet. I'm fixing. I do not have a high-pressured furnace. Surely there is some copper plate in a box somewhere. Son of a bitch. You caused this issue, so I'm gonna come find you and open you up like a plaything. Toy doll. Take your copper. Big ancient remains? What the hell's that? I've never seen that before. Looks cool. 478,831,200 of it. Massive preserved remains of an ancient creature. Alright, I'm gonna go finish your final bug. Hopefully it's just the final bug. Last thing we need to make the I don't even know what this brick does. We're making the carbon dioxide. Disabled by control behavior. Team needs to be less than 5,000, and then they run. But this wants 80 steam a second total, these two. And you're letting yourself make 120. Ooh, a lot of green numbers. This one's concerning. The Petri dish is only making 0.4 when you need 0.75. That means you need a second machine. No, you have two. You have two machines making Petri dishes, and it says, from what I'm seeing, you need 4 to support the whole brick. 0.2 times 2 is 0.4. The issue down the line is which step. Petri dishes go into incubated Petri dishes. Incubated Petri dishes go into this thing. 0.33. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which covers the need. But 0.8. Yep. Well, is that the shortfall, though? I'm not exactly sure where it is, but a full rate calculator of the whole brick says that there's a problem with this thing. I think. Well, maybe not. I'm kind of confused why it's saying Where's the machine that does the little egg thing? When I box select rate calculator the whole thing, I'm talking about this. When seeing the tooltip, how it shows 2 automated assembly machines, this little symbol right here in the tooltip, and then 2 machines go into 7 of this thing. That's the microorganism mine. But then also there's like a 1 and then like an incubator. And I think that it's thinking that there's an incubator that wants petri dishes also, but I don't see an incubator. I think that's why it's saying that the number's off. Even though it might not be. The Zogna bacteria just under petri dish production. Zogna. This thing. Ah, yeah, that wants 0.4 petri dishes a second also. In theory. So rate calculator wants to run every machine at full speed. You need, this could make 4 of that per second. Now that I know like what the thing is, that I can make sense of it. So you're making 4 of this thing, surplus 2.75, so you're only using 1.25. Which means, yeah. Bum, bum, bum. This belt is completely empty. There's too many missing components, like we don't have batteries. Apparently batteries aren't hooked up to the grid yet. Animal samples, solidified sarcoras. Most of your build can't run yet. Because this belt fails. Which means biological samples fail because well, thank you for building it. I mean, Science Pack 3 or Science Pack 2 or whatever it's called, Sci Pack 2, confusing. Looks like if we just focus on hooking up those inputs, it might turn on. There's a hot air caravan. In fact, I put hot air on the train network. I think. Yeah. Right there. You can just request hot air. In a, fluid station. It's not produced in a train brick, so it's not going to be a huge supply, but I stole hot air production from something something up here above the bus that, I don't know, does something with bricks or something. I think it might be the coal power plant? Forget. Somewhere up here there's like some bullshit. Makes hot air. And there's a single caravan dude who hauls 40,000 of it from like up here-ish all the way over to here so that I can make iron plate. And then because I had it there, I just hooked it into the train grid right here. So it's not a great supply, but there is hot air. So. Plasmids are running. Plasmids. Where does that happen? This base is too big. Without people pinging locations, like, I don't know how to find anything at all. Ooh, yeah, there they are, plasmids. 0.12 a second. Only the first two machines are on, but that's more than zero. Lacking laboratory equipment? Because there's no rubber? There's no rubber? Because rubber is supposed to be delivered. And it looks like it used all of the available rubber. So rubber supply, likely a problem. Alright, well, I spent 20 minutes just kind of looking around and doing whatever, and I did help get some of this brick working. But I don't think we can get it fully running without a lot more effort. Too many resources need to come in. So what about the second science pack? Do we have a train brick for the second science pack too? So we've got science pack 3 being made here. Science pack 2 is made by 1. Automation science pack is made in this brick. And I guess that one down there that we can't actually see because there's no radar yet. Okay. Let's do it, let's handle that tomorrow, because I don't want to go any longer tonight, and also I should probably be fresh for an explanation like that. A selector and a selector. Wonder, is there a way to like add a decon instruction to blueprints to like destroy all the trees in the grid too? I'm guessing no. Clear the task list? I looked at it briefly, but a lot of this stuff I don't know anything about. I don't know. I mean, I remember writing this one like 3 or 4 days ago. I don't know. It's a good reminder of stuff, but like, I don't know what we can actually remove or not. Oh. Let's call it for now. Last chance to write down any notes in the task list if you're working on something mid-project, Ryland. And you forget to connect the manure for a few days. Alright. Okay, have a great night. Hope you guys had fun today. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.